style military already, so the needs writ large are different between what Israel is asking for and what Ukraine is asking for. And so we are confident that we will be able to support both, as you've heard Secretary Austin say in the past. And so obviously we continue to work closely with our defense industrial base and with our allies and partners around the world, and their efforts with their industrial bases to ramp up production of things like 155. But again, we're confident that we can support both. Thank you. Let me go to Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you. First, just a quick clarification. I thought that the Patriot batteries and the THAAD battery were in addition to the troops that were placed on prepare to deploy orders. Are you saying that the 900 troops are that the 900 troops that are include troops that have been put on prepared to deploy orders? And the second thing is, if the United States has said that it does not want a water conflict in the Middle East, yet attacks on U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria continue, is it possible that Iranian-backed groups in Iran are just not getting the message?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So as I mentioned at the top, some of those forces of the 900 are on the PTDO. I'm not going to get into the specifics of which were and which weren't, but needless to say, we're going to deploy whatever capabilities we need to be overseas to support our force protection and deterrence efforts. As it relates to these groups and these attacks, again, I'll just emphasize what I said before, that we will always reserve the right to self-defense, that we will take all necessary actions to ensure that our forces are protected and that our interests overseas are protected. I'm not going to telegraph any response if we decide to respond, other than to say we will do so at a time and place of our choosing. Thank you very much. Time for a few more. Yes, ma'am.
Can you close out that noise complaint? Agreed to stop shooting.
Enlisted
10-4-7.
Army Reserve has an active military ID, giving access to any military base. Has that been suspended or revoked? And there are also reports he previously threatened to carry out a gun attack at a U.S. Army base. Can you talk about that?
I really can't. I'd have to refer you to the Army. And then, of course, the Maine authorities I know are addressing this situation. So the Army should be able to provide you with additional information regarding this individual.
And then just to clarify, I know that they asked just in terms of the injuries, but then also the deaths. Is the only death in these attacks the U.S. contractor that had died of cardiac arrest? Is that the only death?
That is correct.
And just beyond that, as we're talking about, you said now 16 attacks over the last week or so. My question is U.S. deterrence working?
Look, again, these attacks are concerning. They're certainly dangerous, and our forces are there to conduct the Defeat ISIS mission. So I would say that we are going to take any necessary measures to protect our troops.
Okay, guys,
again,
we are
any actions
getting
we
this back up. Sorry,
that.
our one feed here keeps moving about. Our one feed here keeps moving about, so my apologies to that.
Okay, time for a few more. Tom, and then we'll go back.
A lot happening. New troops are deploying right now. For those who didn't know, we have 900 troops getting ready to deploy to the Middle East. So we are dealing with that as well. Here we go. Live view from the scene right now. We did have a helicopter that was right over Augusta. I'm not too sure what's happening with it, but it was up and around here.
In terms of the judicial aspects of laws of war, but as you know,
not too sure what we have happening. We did have the FBI.
Aspect in terms of what
we did have the FBI here.
But I'm not gonna.
They have a house surrounded.
I want to be specific when I'm asking, and I'm not trying.
We know that they do have a house surrounded right now, as you guys can see. We had some video from the scene.
I'd refer you to Israel to talk about what they.
You're the one using the phrase, not them.
No, what you're asking me to do is give a class on the laws of war, and I'm gonna not waste everybody's time, and we'll move on to other questions. Yes, ma'am.
Just a follow-up on the civilian casualties in Gaza. You mentioned that independent observers are needed to verify those numbers. Which independent observers does the U.S. trust to verify the count?
Yeah, that's beyond the scope of my responsibilities
Working
here
on
at
this
the Department of
right
Defense.
now
Again,
as
our focus
we
right now is
speak.
on supporting Israel,
Second
deterring
here.
the wider regional conflict, and
which one's
ensuring
which?
that force protection is taken into account across the
Okay.
You're just listening in there, Brigadier General Patrick Reiner talking about this as we just see now stepping up Secretary of State Blinken with China's Foreign Minister. Let's listen into this live, raw, and unfiltered.
Once that feed comes back up, we'll put it back on for you guys. Things keep changing here is what's happening. Secretary of State Blinken meets with China's foreign minister. So Blinken is now meeting with China. That's just what we need. That's just great, you know. That is just absolutely great. Totally what we need.
I am visiting the United States at the invitation of Secretary Blinken.
Yeah, as you guys can see there, that is Anthony Blinken with China's foreign minister, so that's great. Blinken and China are now working hand in hand, so we have that happening.
We have differences. At the same time, we also share important common interests.
Waiting for the RFE to come back. We did have the helicopter, though. We had the New Hampshire, I believe it was New Hampshire State Police, that was flying up here in Maine. We do know that the FBI has a house surrounded right now. The FBI has a house surrounded, and that would be the house related to Robert Card, the mass shooter. What's up, Mike? How are you? How are you?
推动双边关系止跌企稳，尽快回到健康、稳定、可持续的发展轨道。
Therefore, China and the United States need to have dialogue. Not only should we resume dialogue,
make sure we're still tied into. Yeah, we are. Okay.
So that with dialogue, we can increase mutual understanding.
Gonna be pulling up here.
Reduce misunderstanding and misjudgment. Constantly seek to expand common ground.
Okay, so we're also on the Zone 2. We're on Zone 2 for the State Police, so you will now hear the audio from State Police up there as well.
And sustainable development.
Well, Missy, it's I believe it's his house or his father's or grandfather's house.
因为我们认为判断是非的标准，不是谁胳膊粗，也不是谁嗓门大。 而是要看是否遵循了中美3个联合公报的规定，是否符合国际法和国际关系基本准则，是否顺应了时代发展进步的潮流。
In China-U.S. relations, from time to time, there will be some jarring voices. When it happens, China treats it calmly, because we are of the view that what is right and what is wrong is not determined by who has stronger arm or louder voice, but if one behaves in a way that is consistent.
No, Sabrina, no. It's no. He is just something else.
Consistent with the trend of the times.
We know that the FBI has a house surrounded. We had heard. I'm gonna try to pull up the video for you guys. You can hear the FBI screaming to open the door.
At the end of the day, facts will tell everything, and history will give its fair verdict. Thank you. Again, thank you, Secretary Blinken, for my invitation.
Should be able to pull this up for you guys here. Give me 1 second. I'll be able to pull this up for you.
And forward-looking.
This is the video that we have.
I agree with what the foreign minister said.
That is just the major meeting. We didn't really hear Blinken today, but he said he agreed with the foreign minister there, the Chinese foreign minister visiting at the request of Blinken. They will discuss a range of bilateral, regional, global issues that take place in Washington, D.C. So we're certainly going to follow that. We're live now from Fox 2. The world's superpowers there as well, China and United States.
So that there is what we are working with right now. Okay, we're gonna go. We're gonna go live back out, guys. We're gonna go live back. Live from the scene right now. You see New York tags are there as well.
Another live picture there. You can see different
this is coming to you from
on the East Coast
the scene what they were working with a couple moments ago. Oh no, this is live. This is live. This is not pre-recorded. This is live.
Maine coming up next.
So that's happening right now. Good old Mr. Lookner over there. Oh, Jesus.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, it feels like the manhunt for Robert Card has ramped up. You can see a live picture there in Maine. Different police entities, state police, local, federal, on the search there for this individual. A massive manhunt. Hundreds of individuals on this, as you can see, kind of a rural road. But we're going to continue following this here on Live Now from Fox and this tragedy overnight in Maine. We're going to be joined by Fox 5 New York's Antoine Lewis. Antoine, thank you so much for joining us. What's the latest on this massive manhunt there in Maine?
Okay, so yeah, I'm watching the feed that we have up over on the big screen up here in the newsroom, and they're talking to a correspondent right now about what is all happening.
Authorities in Maine continue their search for 40-year-old Robert Card, identified as the person
There's a house on Meadowwood Road,
5 hours north of New York City.
Meadow Road, and there's a nearby house that has ties to him. So the FBI is out there on Meadow Road
Just
right now.
Wednesday night, police were notified of 2 active shooting scenes in the town of Lewiston. One at a bowling alley, the other
Police
at a bar
department
and
was
grill
right in the
4
middle
miles
of
away.
both
Authorities say 18
locations.
people were killed, 13 others injured, at least 3 of whom are in critical condition. Witnesses now recalling the terrifying moment the gunman opened fire.
Out of nowhere, he just came in and there was a loud pop. He was holding a weapon. I just booked it down the lane, and I slid basically into where the pins are and climbed up in the machine and was on top of the machine.
We had a first patient arrive at 7:24 p.m. and over the next 45 minutes, we received a total of 14 patients.
Shelter-in-place orders were given to residents of Lewiston and 2 other neighboring towns, Lisbon and Bowdoin. Bowdoin being his last known address. Police have released more details about Robert Card. Authorities say he was a firearms instructor and in the U.S. Army Reserves. The Associated Press is reporting that while training with his unit at West Point last July, Card started behaving erratically, prompting battalion leaders to contact the New York State Police, who took him to a local hospital for a mental evaluation. On Thursday morning, New York City Police Commissioner Edward Caban said that investigators were sent to Lewiston.
Both to gather information as quickly as possible and to offer any support in any way we could.
Maine Governor Janet Mills promising that
I mean, what we have right now is the FBI is currently on scene. They are looking at a house that they have surrounded. They were demanding people to open their door up. Right now, they're just going over some of the previous press conferences that we have had within the past 12 hours.
It was the Children's Bowling League night, so the kids were playing there, which means, of course, that children may be among the injured or worse, among the deceived. That's the very deceased. That's the very latest. Back inside to you.
Thank you so much, Antoine, for that report. We're going to continue to follow as the manhunt continues on, stretching potentially into a day, 24 hours. We appreciate your time here on Live Now.
Stay safe.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we're going to continue here as the search there continues there in Bowdoin, potentially the last address for Robert Card. You can see the sun setting just past 5:15 East Coast time there.
Okay, guys, so we're going to go back.
Northeastern portion of the United States. We're following it very,
We have this up here now.
Of course, the 40-year-old there, as authorities say, was
they are heavily armed. Lots of rifles are out and about there.
Different locations, of course. This is not necessarily one of those locations. Potentially, the last address in Bowdoin. Of course, a lot of police on hand. You can see kind of ramped up. A lot of police on this side. This could be one angle, and this might be the other side as they potentially have this road.
We don't have any confirmation as of right now. This is just what we are seeing.
We're still trying to find it here on Live Now.
Police. It says police on his vest.
Very closely, of course. We've seen several men.
So it looks like they may have wood surrounded,
including out of Pennsylvania. Danilo Cavalcante, police using thermal technology at the evening hours to potentially track down this individual. That could potentially be a tactic police are using in this search for the suspect in this Maine shooting. I do want to put up just this post here from our Fox team on the ground saying the shooting suspect, Robert Card, currently a sergeant, first-class petroleum supply specialist.
Yeah, he's currently a sergeant, first-class petroleum supply specialist in the Army Reserve. He has no combat deployments, an Army spokesperson said. So, basically, he was 92 Foxtrot, which means that you basically fucked up. To get that MOS, you basically screwed up and lost all your security clearances and can't be trusted with a damn thing. So they go and let you basically just handle fuel supply. So that's what that was.
Okay. Okay. Need a high sign here. Okay. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Littleson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Central Maine Healthcare and the President of Central Maine Medical Center here in Lewiston. The first thing that I would like to do is, on behalf of the 3,000 professionals and team members of Central Maine Healthcare, express our deepest sympathies and send out our condolences to all of the family members of the victims of last night's tragedy and to the other members of our communities that have been directly affected.
If you guys want audio, you have to go to YouTube.
I'd also like to recognize and acknowledge the compassion, the expertise, and the teamwork of all of the professionals and other team members here at Central Maine Medical Center that had to deal with this unprecedented demand in their services and the need to care for so many patients in such a short time. I would also like to acknowledge the support that we have been receiving since last night from our community partners. Beginning with law enforcement, as you can see, there's still a presence here as we speak. We have also been supported by our hospital partners in dealing with the patients that we treated last night. They all offered support, and they came to our aid just when we needed them the most. And then we also greatly appreciate the support that we received from our local community partners and other agencies such as Lifelight of Maine and professionals that came to aid the team that was caring for patients here last night. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. John Alexander. Dr. Alexander is the Chief Medical Officer of Central Maine Healthcare, and he can give you more specifics on the numbers of patients and their conditions that we treated and last night and continue to care for here at Central Maine Medical Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. I too want to extend condolences to the families, the victims, for this terrible loss. I know that all of our team members, our physicians, our providers, our nurses, their heart is broken at what happened last night. Some of you, I'll just update you a little bit on some of our numbers. Not much has changed since earlier this morning. We continue to have 8 patients who have been admitted to our hospital after having 14 patients arrive last night over a 45-minute span of time. Of those patients, unfortunately, 3 of them passed away. The 8 patients, we still have 5 in stable condition.
I don't know what the echo is. It's not. Echo's not on me, guys. I don't know.
What we were dealing with
I have no idea.
We had approximately
Let me see.
50 providers, nurses, respiratory therapists working tirelessly on the patients that we were seeing here. At one point, had 7 patients in our ORs. We evolved our team of emergency providers, orthopedic surgeons, trauma surgeons, urologists, and vascular surgeons, and they provided expert and compassionate care to help out these patients, and we're able to unite many of those patients today with their families and loved ones. Our team continues to be resilient despite everything that has transpired over the last 24 hours. We're continuing to provide services for the patients who need us in our community. We will begin taking care of additional patients tomorrow, in order to continue to meet the needs of those in our community. Question was raised earlier this morning.
Okay, then we're not going to have state police audio during this then. I have to mute the state police audio.
We are providing 24-hour coverage of mental health and emotional health support for all of our employees and our team members here, as well as partnering with community agencies, both locally and somewhat distant, for mental health and well-being of our patients. We again want to thank the outpouring of support that we've received. We're continuing to receive requests and offers to help and assist us from medical professionals, service industries, and other community members in our own community while they deal with this tragedy across the state and across the nation. And we are very grateful to serve the people of Central Maine. Just again to clarify some of our numbers, we had 14 patients brought to us from the scene. Of those patients, 1 was transferred down to Maine Medical Center. 1 of those patients was transferred over to St. Mary's. The remainder of those patients were taken care of here. Any questions?
Mr. Lewiston referred to this as unprecedented demand. Can you give us some context as opposed to any kind of typical night or even an extreme event? Does this far surpass anything that the hospitals have to deal with in the past?
Well, it's certainly it's unprecedented insofar as the severity of the injuries and certainly the attack on the community. Our team is prepared to deal with mass casualty incidents as this one was, and in terms of the volume of patients that we saw of a very short period of time, that certainly rises to a level that we don't often see. We may have seen something like this just a few times in other major incidents, but certainly last night was very difficult. And what made it more difficult was the fact that this is our community. A lot of our team members work and live in this community. They know people in this community. They had family members and loved ones and friends who may have been out in these establishments last night. So very difficult for them, but they persevered and took care of the patients that they needed to take care of. Yeah, we have real expertise.
Oh, that's
Claritin
nice.
provides powerful allergy relief.
That's
Plus, it won't
great
make you
that
drowsy
the
like Zyrtec can.
they decided to just, you know. There we go.
I know I would say I'll pass along some of the words from both our chief of surgery and our chief of emergency medicine at the pride that they felt in not only the providers, the nursing staff, but all of the support staff, and how they were able to take care of so many patients as quickly as they did and as well as they did. Yes.
How many would you say are in critical condition or on their way to recovery?
Yeah, again, we have 8 patients right now in our hospital. 5 of them are stable. 3 of them are in critical condition, and we're continuing to monitor their condition closely. At this point, we're not releasing that information. We're working in conjunction with law enforcement agencies.
Are any of those patients still unidentified?
At this point, none of the patients that we have here admitted are unidentified.
You said you have 50 staff members working on that. Did you call in all available staff?
Well, so the way it really worked is that, in fact, we alerted our team members that we needed additional staff members here. We don't specifically call in individuals, but we work in a really close-knit community, and once the call went out, we had people coming in and helping. So, we had about 50 people working actively, and then we probably had another 50 or so individuals who were just standing by, ready to help. And we needed that help last night. We had, obviously, a lot of people from the community who were gathering around the hospital who needed our support, so we were able to provide that to them.
Are the families able to visit with the patients that remain here?
We've had families visiting with patients today, and we'll continue to do so. That's an important part of their healing process as well.
I know you say you have experts with these kinds of gunshot wounds and that you're prepared for a mass casualty event. Had you had specific conversations with your team about a potential mass shooting in the past and what the plan would be?
We have. We drill on these types of scenarios, multiple times a year. All of the individuals I mentioned, especially the trauma surgeons, the emergency nurses, the operating room nurses, they drill on these types of situations, so they knew what to do and how to do it, and they handled it expertly.
How recently did you start with those training exercises?
Oh, we've been conducting those training exercises for several years. Yeah. Any other questions?
Have you dealt with any issues of lack of blood donations?
We have not. As Mr. Littleson described, we have great community partners, and we were able to get really more than adequate blood supply last night. We've continued to have that blood supply. I know that's been a request. A lot of people have been asking, can we donate blood? At this point, again, our preference first.
Oops, sorry guys. What the hell happened?
102 Gus. 102.
Sorry, we have some stuff happening here on the state police feed, and I turned up the wrong one accidentally. Oh, so they just cut that feed, by the way, just so you know, they did cut that feed.
Copy, will be en route. 10-4.
Yeah, something's going on here. They did cut that feed, though. Yeah, Fox cut that feed, just so you are aware. We'll go back to this, because Fox's feed's done, but, okay, there we go. That's the one I was looking for, was this one. That was this. Okay. Yeah, Fox cut the
4134, Gus, back in the truck.
Copy 4134.
Yes, 413.
Okay, we're good now.
413, I guess you on.
Just informational from Scarborough. They had an officer try to stop a black motorcycle operating all black highway speed. Last thing on 701 Lincoln 295.
10-4, just make sure 440 has that happened.
440?
Go ahead.
Copy that information.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, so I guess I think I see Auburn, so okay, yeah. Helicopter's back in the air here.
Black motorcycle operator and all black highway speed. They tried to stop it. It took off. Last thing on 701 heading to 295.
Not sure who that is.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
22 is near Lewiston. Copy, 2122.
No problem, princess. No problem at all. No problem at all. Oh, so far, I mean, it'll continue. It's not going to just end. They're not going to give up until they figure out where he is.
Linktree found ammo.
10-422.
They found one vehicle of his. He still has an additional car. Okay. Gonna peek back here.
Continuous and extensive contact since
1307, go ahead.
occurred, starting just before 7 p.m. yesterday evening. An individual, a person of interest who's been identified as Robert Card.
Be back tonight, and could you just put me off at the 24 Lewiston Road, please?
Fire on all of the innocent people who are inside the location. And like we've seen way too many times, the results were devastating. Our thoughts and prayers remain with the folks of Lewiston. The individual persons of interest photo was made available yesterday evening. He is currently not in police custody. The hunt is ongoing and very dynamic. We are quite confident at this point that this horrific crime has no nexus to New York City. We can't speculate, obviously, as to any motivation, but we don't see any indications at this moment, again, from our perspective here in New York, of any political or ideological leaning. But what we can say is through extensive information sharing with other agencies, NYPD has worked through the knife to make sure that New York City remains safe. And immediately after he was first identified by authorities in Maine, his photograph and all of the identifying information that we had was distributed widely to officers across the city. We've also adjusted our resource deployments, and Chief Shell can speak to these as well, to provide additional touch points, security and observation points at places of entry into the city since yesterday evening. And as is our standard operating practice, whenever an incident like this happens, whether it's overseas or here across the country, we coordinate extensively with local law enforcement, with federal law enforcement on the ground to make sure of two things. One, that we have the most up-to-date information, and two, that we can support the ongoing investigation if and however we can as needed. So we ask the proverbial New York question: does this have any impact to New York? And do we have anything in our holdings that could enhance or support the investigation? We do this via an information sharing network called Operation Sentry that's been established for over a decade that includes several hundred law enforcement agencies across the country. And we're extremely grateful to federal, state, and local law enforcement partners via Operation Sentry in Maine and the broader Northeast, who have been in real time as they have been dealing with this investigation and manhunt.
So guys, if you're on TikTok, if you want better audio, you have to come to the YouTube.
Protect New York City. And I do want to reiterate, we don't see any nexus to New York City with this incident, tragic as it was. But we've been saying this a lot over the last couple of weeks, and we always do. We urge all New Yorkers to continue to go about your business, but to remain alert to your surroundings. And we've been...
All right, you're just listening in there to police in New York City to be alert. Obviously, that is not necessarily close in proximity, but certainly the Northeast, very populated area, and certainly in the Big Apple, concerned about that. A live picture out of the manhunt as well. I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break.
I'm trying to figure out where I hear Steve. I swear to God, I hear Steve.
Yeah, one of them. I see some notes. 10-4.
I swear I hear Steve. I just don't know where it's coming from. I swear I hear Steve. Right there. I swear I hear Steve. Maybe we hear him here. That is Gaza. I think we do hear him. Yeah, that's where we hear Steve. We can hear Steve as... Yeah, it's not... Yeah, it's the drone and Steve. I thought Steve. Yeah, I thought we heard Steve there. Personally, I think he's long gone. I don't even think he's in the state anymore. If he was smart, he wouldn't be in the state anymore. You know, the perfect crime would be that he planned this out. He went through, you know, numerous towns, found a car that looks similar to his, same color, year, make, and model, swapped tags out a week before on his secondary vehicle, and he's now long gone. And by the time, if he was to take a toll, by the time that person finds out, it's going to be 3, 4, or 5 weeks before they get a bill in the mail. You know, that's the perfect crime here. You know, that would be the perfect crime if one would do it. And again, you guys are watching. This is live. Eyes. Someone got eyes on him.
I just pulled in, and it looks like he's possibly doing some work there. He's got some paperwork in his hand and his work vehicle.
111.
10-4, thank you.
I'm not sure what we have going on here. Again, guys, if you're on TikTok, hit that follow button and come on over to YouTube. Come on over to YouTube. It's much better over here. Again, I mean, I don't think he's still in Maine. I mean, anyone in their right mind who would do something like that, I don't think he'd be in Maine still. That's just my opinion, though. That's just my opinion. Again, we do have that coverage here.
Taking place, the manhunt underway. You can see this road potentially blocked off at both ends. This potentially one side of it. This on the other end of this rural location there in the Northeast. I'm Andy Mack. We'll be back after this.
Yeah, I mean, I truly don't think that he's still there. I really, really don't believe he is still there. I don't. I think he is long gone, guys. I think he's long gone. Yeah, if you're on TikTok, come on over to YouTube. YouTube is the primary here. YouTube is the primary. It only takes 7 hours to go from where he is the whole way to New York City. It's only 7 hours. So, I mean, again, I really don't think or believe that he is there in Maine. I don't. I really, really do not think he is. Given everything that's happening. Bope. Cheeseburger. Not to mention the Coast Guard thinks the Coast Guard's also looking for him because his 15-foot boat's also missing. So you got the Coast Guard thinking he left the state. Well, they don't know. The vehicles could have been strategically placed. That's what the police think, is that they were strategically placed.
6 o'clock hour in Maine, this in Bowdoin there, potentially at the last known address for Robert Card, the suspect in this mass shooting that took 18 lives, injured some 13 more at 2 locations, including a bowling alley and a restaurant late last night. The search continues for this individual. They're a U.S. Army member as well. So let's take you out to the latest from Rebecca Castro on the ground in Maine.
A massive manhunt is underway for the suspect in the deadliest mass shooting in Maine's history.
We cannot and we will not rest in this endeavor.
Authorities in Maine are searching for a 40-year-old firearms instructor and Army reservist in connection with a series of mass shootings in the town of Lewiston. More than 24 people were killed or injured. Police say they are now looking for a motive.
You say triggering event, that's a motive for us, and that's not something we're prepared to discuss today.
More than 100 federal and local investigators are assisting with the case. It began just before 7 p.m. Wednesday night when police responded to shooting incidents at a bowling alley and a bar. A vehicle believed to be the suspect's was later found at a boat ramp miles away. Experts say the suspect's known mental health issues and military experience make this a difficult case for investigators.
Dozens of agencies responding all in their own manner, trying to get organized. That takes hours, literally hours, multiple locations.
Schools and offices across the region remain closed on Thursday. This community now trying to make sense of the violence.
You see it everywhere else, but you never think it's going to hit home. It's scary. You know what I mean? It's got everybody nervous.
As the investigation continues, President Biden is calling on Congress to ban assault weapons in high-capacity magazines. In Lewiston, Maine, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
The thing is, he took it from a National Guard base. He was a firearms instructor. He was a first sergeant. They have access to those weapons. This is live, by the way, guys. This is live right now.
As well, they're in Lewiston, in Maine, in the southern portion of that state, in the northeastern portion of the United States. You can see the reporters already in the seats. They're mic'd up at this podium. So hopefully soon we're going to hear from officials one more time. We did hear the governor say she spoke with President Biden earlier. That was early this morning, some, 6-7 hours ago, but they were providing that update, and certainly sleepless nights for so many people, getting updates, providing support to the families of those impacted, and also to the search effort for this individual, Robert Card. So this is a live picture right now here in Lewiston, Maine, as we are following it very, very closely. Of course, what we do know right now, again, I'm going to reiterate it over and over again, as they continue to search for this individual. The Army reservist fatally shot 18 individuals. The 40-year-old Robert Card certainly still underway. As you can see, our camera kind of tilting up, but it's the state's second largest city. It's, of course, an update coming momentarily. Of course, a warrant is out for the arrest of the 40-year-old in that attack, as it killed 18 people. The Maine State Police say Card is wanted on 8 counts of murder. 10 victims remain unidentified at last check. As more victims are identified, the counts against Card will probably grow to that new amount of 18. A U.S. official told the Associated Press that Card was an Army reservist, of course, an Army spokesperson telling our Fox team that as well. Taken into police evaluation after military officials became concerned that he was acting erratically back in mid-July. The official said commanders in the Army Reserve 3rd Battalion, 304th Infantry Regiment became concerned.
Thank you.
Card's behavior while the unit was training at the U.S. Military Academy in West Point in New York City. The official said military commanders have become concerned about Card's safety and asked for the police to be called. The official was not authorized to publicly discuss the information with the Associated Press. Of course, just to give you a little bit of a breakdown of the location of everything that transpired overnight, Lewiston police said they were dealing with an active shooter incident Wednesday at a bar and grill and also at a bowling alley. Those two separated by about 4 miles. A number of parents and children were at the bowling alley as part of a teen children's bowling league. So that is certainly very difficult to potentially hear that some of the victims might be young individuals. The bowling alley is about 2 miles north of Bates College campus on the outskirts of downtown. Of course, there in certainly the second largest city. Lewiston, like I said, second largest, about 37,000 people in this population, emerged as a major center there. Over the last few years, Maine, long-standing culture of gun ownership tied to traditions of hunting and sport shooting. The state does not require permits to carry guns. The death toll in 2022 was just 29 homicides. So 18 last night and 29 for the entire year of 2022. So we're going to hear from officials coming up momentarily. You can see the sign language, people kind of getting in place, making sure everyone can understand what's coming in, because as you might, information is very hard to come by during some of these incidents, making sure the community is aware of everything that's going on. There were schools that were shut down within a 40 to 50 mile radius, I heard. So concern about this individual as the manhunt, not in custody, still at large there in Maine. So just awaiting this press conference here momentarily on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue on. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, hopefully, and time this up so we can hear them when they get back on Live Now from Fox. All right, instead of going to break, we're just going to stick with the shot as we continue, just to give you some updates here. This is going to be a very important press conference. Authorities, they launched a search for Richard Card on land, water. The Coast Guard sent out patrol boats Thursday morning along the river, but after hours of searching, they found nothing out of the ordinary. This, according to the chief there in that location.
So
Canadian Border Services have also issued an armed and dangerous alert to its officers stationed at the U.S.
Forest Service is also flying out now.
For Card. Maine Public Safety Authorities issued an alert on Thursday afternoon extending a shelter-in-place order for that county. Maine Emergency Management Agency called on residents to make sure homes and vehicles were secured. So this is a live picture there right now, as we're also having a live picture on the ground as the search continues for this individual. Let's find a way for this 2-minute break, and we'll come back with this update right after this.
So yeah, this here is, they now have a forestry helicopter out there. They have a forestry helicopter out there searching and looking as well. We do know that. That we do know. Don't believe there's an updated photo as of right now. Don't believe there's an updated photo as of right now. Other than the one at the bar, you know. That's what I would say at least. Okay, it looks like we'll be coming back onto this shot here very soon, guys. We'll be coming on very soon.
Suspect, a live picture there right here on Live and Now from Fox. Of course, we're going to hopefully hear from the governor as well. I do want to put up just a few of these tweets from Janet Mills before we get to this press conference. This talking about Lewiston, the second largest city in the state of Maine. Lewiston is a special place. It's a close-knit community with a long history of hard work, of persistence, of faith, of opening its big heart to people everywhere. She goes on to say, this is a dark day for Maine. I know that it is hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken, but I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal together. And finally, he says, I know the Maine State Police will continue to release information to the public as we confirm it, and information about any steps that the public can take to support the people of Lewiston in this time. So that is from the governor there, Janet Mills. Earlier in the press conference, she said she spoke with President Biden earlier today. Of course, Jill and Joe Biden sending out their heartfelt thoughts and prayers to those impacted by this. 18 individuals losing their lives. We're just waiting for this individuals to step up to this podium momentarily here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, that's a live picture we're getting from that podium. We're going to hear from the governor, from potentially other individuals like the police. We heard from several different entities earlier, as this is a very expansive group, state, local, and federal agencies. We heard the FBI get involved. You also heard the Coast Guard was looking into several rivers.
Yeah, the Coast Guard, yep.
Well. But those are two live pictures there in Maine. Of course, Lewiston top left portion, but also Bowdoin in the bottom right location. Of course, like I said, spoke with President Biden, the governor did. I do want to put up just this statement from the president from earlier here on Live Now from Fox, as the president said, once again, our nation mourns after another senseless and tragic shooting. Jill and I pray for the Americans in Maine who've lost their lives, those in critical care, and the families, survivors, and community members enduring shock and grief. And I want to put up this shot as I continue to read this statement from the president. He's saying, I also urge area residents to heed the warnings of and guidance of local officials. Numerous federal law enforcement personnel are already on the scene, actively working with state and local partners.
We also do know that the judge is allowing Brian Kohberger's for his trial. They are going to allow cameras in the courtroom, so we do know that.
Continue to be there every step of the way for countless Americans who have survived gun violence and have been traumatized by it. A shooting such as this reopens deep and painful wounds for far too many Americans have now had a family member killed or injured as a result of gun violence. This is not normal, and we cannot accept it. While we have made progress on gun safety through the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the 24 executive actions I've taken, and the establishment of the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, it's simply not enough. Today, in the wake of another tragedy, I urge Republican lawmakers in Congress to fulfill their duty to protect American people, work with us to pass a bill banning assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, to enact universal background checks, to require safe storage of guns, and to end immunity from liability for gun manufacturers. This is the very least we owe every American who will now bear the scars, physical and mental, of this latest attack. Of course, that was from the President Joe Biden. Now officials stepping up to the podium. Let's listen into this live, raw, and unfiltered.
Copy 4134, sensing.
I guess 222. I think I should go out to Asheville. Alright, copy that. .4134, Augusta, zone 2.
Good evening. I'm Carl Schleen, Mayor of Lewiston. In the wake of the tragic and horrifying incident that occurred in Lewiston, our hearts are heavy with grief, and we extend our deepest sympathies to the victims and their families. This is a time for action, solidarity, and support. Please take note, the shelter-in-place order issued by the Lewiston Police Department remains in effect. Please stay at home and be safe. The City of Lewiston is grateful for the support and outpouring from state authorities, the community, and of course, our elected officials. Speaking tonight will be U.S. Senator Susan Collins, U.S. Representative Jared Golden, and Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central Maine Medical Center. And now Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. Today is a dark day for the state of Maine. As the mayor said, our hearts are heavy with grief. This heinous attack, which has robbed the lives of at least 18 Mainers and injured so many more, is the worst mass shooting that the state of Maine has ever experienced and could ever imagine. Today, I looked out my window in Washington and I saw that the flags had been lowered. And I realized that it had been done to honor the victims of this horrific attack. I'm grateful for the leadership of Lewiston Police Chief St. Pierre and for the bravery of the hundreds of state, local, and federal law enforcement officers who are leading the search for the killer. I'm also very grateful for all of the hospital employees who came back to work to take care of the victims, and for our first responders whose bravery was so evident. Last night, the president called me. He stepped out at the state dinner with the Australian Prime Minister to offer any help that the federal government could provide the city of Lewiston, Androscoggin County, and the state of Maine. I also, at midnight, talked to Governor Mills, who has been a pillar of strength for our state. Tom Perez, who is a special advisor to the president throughout the night, texted me back and forth, what you need, and I would tell him based on conversations that I had as he coordinated the federal response. This morning, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, called and offered help from his department. The Attorney General also called, along with Maine's own U.S. Attorney, to offer their help. Right before I came into this building, I had a call from the Deputy Director of the FBI, who told me that there are 80 FBI agents on site participating in the search for the killer. 80. That doesn't include other people from the Marshal's Office, from the ATF, the DEA, and the Department of Homeland Security.
Hey guys, I will be back.
And the Coast Guard. This has been a concerted effort at the state, local, and federal level, and everyone is determined to bring the killer to justice. To the families of those who have been injured or killed, I know that no words can fully ease the shock, the pain, and the justifiable anger that you are feeling. My hope is that you will feel the solace and strength in knowing that you are in the hearts of the people of Maine and of people throughout our nation. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the Congressman Jared Golden, who represents this area of Maine.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you to Mayor Chalene as well. My name is Congressman Jared Golden from the town of Lewiston. Represent Maine's 2nd Congressional District. Some of you might not recognize me because Congress has been so crazy lately. I haven't gotten a haircut in months. So sometimes things happen that bring your worst nightmares to life. Yesterday, this is what happened to us. At a time like this, a leader is forced to grapple with things that are far greater than his or herself. Humility is called for as accountability is sought by the victims of a tragedy such as this one. Out of fear of this dangerous world that we live in and my determination to protect my own daughter and wife in our home and in our community, because of a false confidence that our community was above this and that we could be in full control, among many other misjudgments, I have opposed efforts to ban deadly weapons of war like the assault rifle used to carry out this crime. The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing in my hometown of Lewiston, Maine. For the good of my community, I will work with any colleague to get this done in the time that I have left in Congress. To the people of Lewiston, my constituents throughout the 2nd District, to the families who lost loved ones, and to those who have been harmed, I ask for forgiveness and support as I seek to put an end to these terrible shootings. In the days to come, I will give everything I have to support this community's recovery. Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central Maine Medical Center.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Littleson, the CEO of Central Maine Healthcare, which includes Central Maine Medical Center here in Lewiston. On behalf of the 3,000 professionals and team members of Central Maine Healthcare, I too would like to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the victims of the events of last night. I would also like to acknowledge the compassion and the expertise and the teamwork displayed by the healthcare professionals in this community last night when called upon under the most extreme circumstances. Just to give you the numbers as we have them now, I know there's been some confusion, and I would like to take the opportunity to just let you know what we dealt with and what we have currently in our hospital. All but one of the patients that were taken from the scenes last night were brought to Central Maine Medical Center. One was transported directly to St. Mary's Medical Center here in Lewiston. Of those patients, 2 were treated and discharged. 1 of those patients was transferred from Central Maine Medical Center to Maine Medical Center in Portland. 3 patients, unfortunately, passed away in Central Maine Medical Center last night. Of those, 8 remain now, and we have 5 patients who are in stable condition, 3 who are in critical condition in our critical care unit. Just to give you a sense of the scope of what we dealt with within a relatively short period of time, last night within about 45 minutes to an hour, we had 6 fully staffed and running operating rooms at Central Maine Medical Center caring for the wounded and the victims. The professionals that were operating simultaneously in those 6 operating rooms included orthopedic surgeons, general trauma surgeons, urologists, vascular surgeons, as well as anesthesiologists and support personnel. I would like to also express our appreciation for all of the support that we received and continue to receive even through today. First from the city of Lewiston, secondly from law enforcement. We still have a law enforcement presence on the campus at Central Maine Medical Center. The other area hospitals that came to our support, we needed blood transferred to Central Maine Medical Center very quickly, and 2 of the hospitals, Maine General and St. Mary's, accommodated us. Maine Med in Portland stood by and was ready to accept patients, and as you know, they did accept one of the patients that we transferred to them. And also the various community partners that came to aid and support us last night, including emergency response personnel, personnel from Life Flight of Maine, and others. As one of the counselors said to me before we walked in tonight, often people underestimate our capabilities here to care for people locally. I think last night we proved that by working together we can do just that under the most trying circumstances. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions.
Senator, you just heard from Representative Mayor Coleman that he has changed his mind on an assault rifle ban. Would you do the same?
Well, first of all, let me say that I think it is more important that we ban very high capacity magazines. I think that would have more input and more effectiveness. We had an assault weapon ban, which I supported, that was in effect for 10 years. It applied to, I believe, 17 or 19 styles of weapons. Later, the late Senator Dianne Feinstein proposed an expansion that would have covered 157 weapons. And it was based not on functionality, but on cosmetic features. So there's always more that we can do. I was a co-author of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which provided funding, for example, for red and yellow flag laws and for mental health clinics, which I think is important as well. So certainly there's always more that can be done.
Senator, a decade ago, the
I don't believe you're correct. For example, I was the lead Republican sponsor of a bill that would ban bump stocks, which have the ability to turn a semi-automatic into a fully automatic machine gun. And that legislation has not been enacted into law. There was an attempt to do it by regulation, but it was struck down by the courts. I still support the bump stock legislation. The other thing that I think we can look at is, and I advocated, was to increase the age at which you could purchase a high-capacity rifle from 18 to 21, the way it is for a handgun.
Senator Collins, you mentioned there are a lot of questions about the whereabouts of Robert Card. You mentioned a number of agencies searching for him. Can you offer any more details regarding the whereabouts of Card or how close we're getting to finding him?
I cannot, because I don't want to jeopardize the search for him in any way. I have talked extensively to law enforcement, and as I said just very recently with the FBI Deputy Director, but I certainly don't want to jeopardize the search in any way.
We get a flag laws used in this case. You are a big advocate of them. Do you know if they were used in this case?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yellow flag laws used in this case?
To my, I don't know. That's a very good question.
You said that Maine got it right when it came to yellow flag.
Maine does have a good yellow flag.
If it's true, as we are hearing, that Robert Card had mental health issues and he was...
Hi, Phil Swift here. This is Flex Super Glue. Just one single drop virtually welds itself to the surface and can easily lift over 3 tons. Get the new Flex Super Glue because it works.
No, I don't know whether there was a report to trigger the yellow flag law. It's certainly on the face of the facts that we have. It seems, could you let me finish, please? It certainly seems that on the basis of the facts that we have, that the yellow flag law should have been triggered if in fact the suspect was hospitalized for 2 weeks for mental illness. That should have triggered the yellow flag law, and he should have been separated from his weapons. I'm sure after the fact that's going to be looked at very closely. Obviously that's a state issue, and I do not have knowledge of what happened in that instance.
Senator Collins, Mark Stone from Sky News, thank you for your time. I wonder if I could just ask you about the weapons again. Why do you think it is that you and so many other lawmakers in America believe it is right for Americans to have the right to own such high-velocity weapons?
Well, first of all, let me say, and I'll repeat it again, that for 10 years we had a ban on certain kinds of assault weapons, and I supported that ban. And when George W. Bush proposed that it be extended for 10 more years, I supported that effort, which did not succeed. Later, years later, there was an attempt by former Senator Dianne Feinstein to greatly expand the number of weapons that would be covered by that ban, and it was based not on lethality, but more on how they looked, on cosmetic features. And I did not think that that was appropriate. We do have a Second Amendment in our country.
And that gives people the right to own a weapon that powerful, do you think?
And Maine, I would point out, has one of the highest rates of gun ownership in the country and has a long heritage of responsible gun ownership. It has also had a very low rate of violence. What makes this crime so heinous is in a typical year, Maine might have 22 murders, and last night we almost approached the number for the entire year.
Is anyone here on the briefed on the investigation to tell us?
We cannot talk about the investigation yet, but thank you so much, and I appreciate your patience with us in this news conference. Thank you all. Thank you. I don't know what to do.
All right, you're just listening in there as the feed kind of goes out, but
Robert Card. At one point, they thought maybe there could be 2 or 3 gunmen. And with that college campus smack in the middle, going into lockdown, I spoke to one student, as you mentioned, in particular, a sophomore from Lexington, Massachusetts. Happens just coincidentally to be my hometown. She was in the cafeteria, which is the largest public building on campus. So all the entrances are open. You know, as at that time, she said she got back from hockey practice around 7:15. So we're in that building, they're freaking out. The lockdown occurs, but there are all these doors to shut. They got them upstairs. They shut the shades. They locked all the doors, but that took some time, and they had no idea what was going on here. I spoke to her just a little while ago this afternoon.
I was definitely very nervous. I didn't really, especially because we didn't really know anything. So I wasn't sure if he was on campus or if he was, like, how far away he was. So I wasn't sure how, like, safe we were.
Complete lockdown and shelter-in-place orders in the aftermath. Such confusion and panic in those hours as to where was this suspected gunman, Robert Card. Was there more than one gunman, 2, 3? They just didn't know. In a graphic we built here, I kind of tried to create, show you where that college campus is. Again, a student body of upwards of 2,000 at the most. Caitlin plays club hockey at the school. She and her teammates eating that late dinner in the cafeteria when the whole building was shut down and locked.
So I was, like, panicking in that sense too, because we were also, like, the biggest, most central building on campus. So I was stressed about that. But then we all went upstairs, and then they eventually locked all the doors and they closed all the blinds, and I felt much safer once they did that.
And what really got me about what she had to say, she's a sophomore, so 19, 20 years old at most. She practiced these, back in high school, perhaps on the Bates College campus itself. Lockdown, what do you do? And she told me, Paul, you know what? In my generation, I just assumed at one point I would experience something like that I would be so close to something, an active shooter, that she was in essence prepared for that, which is just kind of mind-blowing that, this generation's grown up expecting to sort of to be close, be a witness, be perhaps involved, and kind of got me a little bit emotional, if I might say. But again, they were locked down. They were locked down all overnight, and it's interesting. It wasn't until 7:30, so she's in the public, cafeteria building. It wasn't until 7:30 this morning that she was able to get a secure ride back to just her dorm room to get some sleep, just to process what she had, maybe to get back on the computer or whatever. But yeah, that what's that? 10 hours locked up in the cafeteria, trying to be as quiet as you can, just not knowing if someone's going to shoot down a door to get inside. So that is scary stuff from Bates.
That is so absolutely terrifying. Like you said, she was almost expecting at some point in her college career and her school career that this might happen. I do want to put up a tweet here because we're going to talk maybe less about the investigation, the manhunt, and more about Lewiston, about Maine, about this area. Of course, you graduated there. You were just back for a reunion this summer, of course, an absolute nightmare for this community. Give me a sense of just the community there in Lewiston. You detailed it a little bit, but they obviously are very outdoorsy. What kind of terrain is around the community? What do people like to do there? Give me a sense of the community a little bit better.
Yeah, so Lewiston, there's kind of twin cities, not unlike Minneapolis and St. Paul, obviously on a much smaller scale. Lewiston and Auburn, maybe a population base there, if you add up the two cities, about 65,000, so modest size. It's sort of the one urban area as you go up the Maine Turnpike. So once you're in Lewiston and Auburn, you're in, development. It's an old river town. Auburn is sort of the slightly socioeconomically stronger pocket of town. Lewiston, where Bates is sort of the old mills right along the river, a city that struggles economically and has. I mean, I'm a generation removed, from being in that town, but I know their struggles. It's home to, like Minneapolis, St. Paul, a large Somali American community, an immigrant community. Was born there, raised there. And what was interesting is I was just trying to process the idea of, this mass shooting and terror being created last night. I was trying to process what could be the motivation. Obviously, we've since learned about the suspects, military training, mental health issues, guns, that type of thing. But initially I was thinking, was it terror related to sort of the immigrant community? I worried about Bates. Bates. There's kind of what we call town-gown relation issues there, where it's kind of the Richie college, you know, a yuppier kind of, you know, student body than the town it sits in. So there were those kinds of issues, and I started worrying that, you know, could it be an attack on the Bates, a socioeconomic type of thing. Fortunately, it obviously wasn't in terms of very selfishly near and dear to my heart. But once you get outside of that Lewiston, Auburn sort of city, you know, area, then you're in, you know, wilderness Maine. I mean, you saw where the car was dropped in Lisbon, 10 miles away. There's a boat launch there, and it's all treed. I mean, gorgeous country. It's a huge state geographically. Obviously, the road situation, you know, you talk about just like one freeway, the Maine Turnpike in and out of that area. But in terms of the terrain, I mean, once you get outside of, you know, a Portland, Lewiston, Auburn, you know, Augusta, I mean, it's woods, it's forest, it's mountains, it's ocean. It is a rugged state. It's why so many people love to live up there. Very small population centers, though. And I think, you know, as I talked about on our local newscast here, is because it happened there, my guess, I mean, I haven't listened to all the law enforcement commentary today, but, you know, the police resources with that many, the mass casualty event, I would have to imagine, you know, maybe there's that manpower down in Portland to bring people in, the state capital in Augusta, but I would have to imagine law enforcement in that first hour or so probably struggled quite a bit to deal, EMTs, law enforcement, emergency responders, deal with two separate, distinct mass shooting scenes and trying to, you know, get up a perimeter to try to find this gunman. As you saw, or as we now know, he certainly has gotten away up until this point.
Yeah. It is very difficult to imagine maybe what they were going through, trying to piece it all together, trying to tell the community, like you heard Bates College there as well, those people stuck in the cafeteria there for hours and hours. My last question before I let you go, Paul, here, I wanted to ask, because people are so proud of where they went to college, and you still stay connected no matter how many years removed. Was there a text chain amongst people, amongst alumni from Bates on your phone? Were people you went to college with talking about this last night? Was that a part of the conversation? What was that conversation like potentially?
Sure. No, we heard from a lot of people. Obviously, you know, you have a friend that went to Bates, you sort of immediately connect. So I was taking texts, reconnecting with some friends, some alumni, just you know, out of concern, out of fear, you watching, that kind of thing. But you know, in that moment, I was news gatherer today. So just another sort of anecdote that I heard that, you know, probably hasn't been out there just because of very specific thread to this. But one classmate of mine who I saw at reunion this summer, she was telling me her sister is a translator for the hearing impaired, and last night someone involved at the hospital, so I presume someone injured or a family, they needed translation help to communicate in that hospital setting. You could just imagine. I mean, obviously 18 are dead. There's that, but the smaller stories of someone who, you know, maybe couldn't communicate their injuries or needed to, how do we find our family, and they're unable to make that connection with somebody until you get like a translator into that situation. So, you know, I'm hearing a little bit more, you know, about that, about ties to Maine. I talked to there was a Minnesota Vikings intern in our backyard. He's a Batesy who came to the Twin Cities this summer to work with fan engagement, and he just texted me, you know, pray for this Bates community of ours. If you're an alum, you know, and just a sorrowful day. And then they remain on lockdown on that campus. And I mean, we're talking, you know, almost a full 24 hours later, and they still don't know where this guy is. It's a tight-knit college campus in a small town where everyone knows each other, and no doubt, you know, as the victims' names are identified, it'll connect to everyone in that area.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for joining us, Paul. And of course, it's sad to see potentially Lewiston, Maine now potentially connected with this forever, that name, potentially Bates College as well. Such a sad story there in Maine. And like you were saying, such a beautiful part of the country as well. And certainly a very fun time for everyone that went to college there. Thanks again for joining us here and providing this perspective on Live Now.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you so much. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this story. We have our shot out of Maine. It went down. Of course, they're still searching there for Robert Card. I'm Andy Mack. We'll be back after this. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's continue our coverage here out of Maine. Tragically, 18 people lost their lives just about this time yesterday. We were learning potentially more about it 24 hours ago. A live picture there as police still on the ground, different law enforcement personnel. Let's take you back out to the press conference that just happened with the mayor, senator, and congressman there from Maine on this tragic shooting.
Andrew. Good evening. I'm Carl Schleen, Mayor of Lewiston. In the wake of the tragic and horrifying incident that occurred in Lewiston, our hearts are heavy with grief, and we extend our deepest sympathies to the victims and their families. This is a time for action, solidarity, and support. Please take note, the shelter-in-place order issued by the Lewiston Police Department remains in effect. Please stay at home and be safe. The City of Lewiston is grateful for the support and outpouring from state authorities, the community, and of course, our elected officials. Speaking tonight will be U.S. Senator Susan Collins, U.S. Representative Jared Golden, and Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central Maine Medical Center. And now Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. Today is a dark day for the state of Maine. As the mayor said, our hearts are heavy with grief. This heinous attack, which has robbed the lives of at least 18 Mainers and injured so many more, is the worst mass shooting that the state of Maine has ever experienced and could ever imagine. Today, I looked out my window in Washington and I saw that the flags had been lowered. And I realized that it had been done to honor the victims of this horrific attack. I'm grateful for the leadership of Lewiston Police Chief St. Pierre and for the bravery of the hundreds of state, local, and federal law enforcement officers who are leading the search for the killer. I'm also very grateful for all of the hospital employees who came back to work to take care of the victims, and for our first responders whose bravery was so evident. Last night, the president called me. He stepped out at the state dinner with the Australian Prime Minister to offer any help that the federal government could provide the city of Lewiston, Androscoggin County, and the state of Maine. I also, at midnight, talked to Governor Mills, who has been a pillar of strength for our state. Tom Perez, who is a special advisor to the president throughout the night, texted me back and forth, what you need, and I would tell him based on conversations that I had as he coordinated the federal response. This morning, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, called and offered help from his department. The Attorney General also called, along with Maine's own U.S. Attorney, to offer their help. Right before I came into this building, I had a call from the Deputy Director of the FBI, who told me that there are 80 FBI agents on site participating in the search for the killer. 80. That doesn't include other people from the Marshal's Office, from the ATF, the DEA, and the Department of Homeland Security, and the Coast Guard. This has been a concerted effort, at the state, local, and federal level, and everyone is determined to bring the killer to justice. To the families of those who have been injured or killed, I know that no words can fully ease the shock, the pain, and the justifiable anger that you are feeling. My hope is that you will feel the solace and strength in knowing that you are in the hearts of the people of Maine and of people throughout our nation. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the Congressman Jared Golden, who represents this area of Maine.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you to Mayor Chalene as well. My name is Congressman Jared Golden from the town of Lewiston, represent Maine's 2nd Congressional District. Some of you might not recognize me because Congress has been so crazy lately. I haven't gotten a haircut in months. So sometimes things happen that bring your worst nightmares to life. Yesterday, this is what happened in Lewiston. At a time like this, a leader is forced to grapple with things that are far greater than his or herself. Humility is called for as accountability is sought by the victims of a tragedy such as this one. Out of fear of this dangerous world that we live in my determination to protect my own daughter and wife in our home and in our community, because of a false confidence that our community was above this and that we could be in full control, among many other misjudgments, I have opposed efforts to ban deadly weapons of war like the assault rifle used to carry out this crime. The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing in my hometown of Lewiston, Maine. For the good of my community, I will work with any colleague to get this done in the time that I have left in Congress. To the people of Lewiston, my constituents throughout the 2nd District, to the families who lost loved ones, and to those who have been harmed, I ask for forgiveness and support as I seek to put an end to these terrible shootings. In the days to come, I will give everything I have to support this community's recovery. Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central Maine Medical Center.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Littleson, the CEO of Central Maine Healthcare, which includes Central Maine Medical Center here in Lewiston. On behalf of the 3,000 professionals and team members of Central Maine Healthcare, I too would like to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the victims of the events of last night. I would also like to acknowledge the compassion and the expertise and the teamwork displayed by the healthcare professionals in this community last night when called upon under the most extreme circumstances. Just to give you the numbers as we have them now, I know there's been some confusion, and I would like to take the opportunity to just let you know what we dealt with and what we have currently in our hospital. All but one of the patients that were taken from the scenes last night were brought to Central Maine Medical Center. One was transported directly to St. Mary's Medical Center here in Lewiston. Of those patients, 2 were treated and discharged. 1 of those patients was transferred from Central Maine Medical Center to Maine Medical Center in Portland. 3 patients, unfortunately, passed away in Central Maine Medical Center last night. Of those, 8 remain now, and we have 5 patients who are in stable condition, 3 who are in critical condition in our critical care unit. Just to give you a sense of the scope of what we dealt with within a relatively short period of time, last night within about 45 minutes to an hour, we had 6 fully staffed and running operating rooms at Central Maine Medical Center caring for the wounded and the victims. The professionals that were operating simultaneously in those 6 operating rooms included orthopedic surgeons, general trauma surgeons, urologists, vascular surgeons, as well as anesthesiologists and support personnel. I would like to also express our appreciation for all of the support that we received and continue to receive even through today. First from the city of Lewiston, secondly from law enforcement. We still have a law enforcement presence on the campus at Central Maine Medical Center. The other area hospitals that came to our support, we needed blood transferred to Central Maine Medical Center very quickly, and two of the hospitals, Maine General and St. Mary's, accommodated us. Maine Med in Portland stood by and was ready to accept patients, and as you know, they did accept one of the patients that we transferred to them. And also the various community partners that came to aid and support us last night, including emergency response personnel, personnel from Life Flight of Maine, and others. As one of the counselors said to me before we walked in tonight, you know, often people underestimate our capabilities here to care for people locally. I think last night we proved that by working together we can do just that under the most trying circumstances. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions.
Senator Collins, if she could move to the microphone. Senator, you just heard from Representative Mayor Coolan that he has changed his mind on an assault rifle ban. Would you do the same?
Well, first of all, let me say that I think it is more important that we ban very high capacity magazines. I think that would have more input and more effectiveness. We had an assault weapon ban, which I supported, that was in effect for 10 years. It applied to, I believe, 17 or 19 styles of weapons. Later, the late Senator Dianne Feinstein proposed an expansion that would have covered 157 weapons. And it was based not on functionality, but on cosmetic features. So there's always more that we can do. I was a co-author of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which provided funding, for example, for red and yellow flag laws and for mental health clinics, which I think is important as well. So certainly there's always more that can be done.
Senator, a decade ago, you opposed legislation that limited access to expanded, stocks and firearms capacity. Are you suggesting that you would do something different now?
I don't believe you're correct. For example, I was the lead Republican sponsor of a bill that would ban bump stocks, which have the ability to turn a semi-automatic into a fully automatic machine gun. And that legislation has not been enacted into law. There was an attempt to do it by regulation, but it was struck down by the courts. I still support the bump stock legislation. The other thing that I think we can look at is, and I advocated, was to increase the age at which you could purchase a high-capacity rifle from 18 to 21, the way it is for a handgun.
Senator Collins, you mentioned there are a lot of questions about the whereabouts of Robert Card. You mentioned a number of agencies searching for him. Can you offer any more details regarding the whereabouts of Card or how close we're getting to finding him?
I cannot, because I don't want to jeopardize the search for him in any way. I have talked extensively to law enforcement, and as I said just very recently with the FBI Deputy Director, but I certainly don't want to jeopardize the search in any way.
Senator Collins, we get a flag laws used in this case. You are a big advocate of them. Do you know if they were used in this case?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Were yellow flag laws used in this case?
To I don't know. That's a very good question.
You said that Maine got it right when it came to yellow flag.
Maine does have a good yellow flag.
If it's true, as we are hearing, that Robert Card had mental health issues and he was, the police put him forward for evaluation, you got it wrong.
No, I don't know whether there was a report to trigger the yellow flag law. It's certainly on the face of the facts that we have. It seems. Could you let me finish, please? It certainly seems that on the basis of the facts that we have, that the yellow flag law should have been triggered if, in fact, the suspect was hospitalized for 2 weeks for mental illness. That should have triggered the yellow flag law, and he should have been separated from his weapons. I'm sure after the fact that's going to be looked at very closely. Obviously, that's a state issue, and I do not have knowledge of what happened in that instance.
Senator Collins, Mark Stone from Sky News, thank you for your time. I wonder if I could just ask you about the weapons again. Why do you think it is that you and so many other lawmakers in America believe it is right for Americans to have the right to own such high-velocity weapons?
Well, first of all, let me say, and I'll repeat it again, that for 10 years we had a ban on certain kinds of assault weapons, and I supported that ban. And when George W. Bush proposed that it be extended for 10 more years, I supported that effort, which did not succeed. Later, years later, there was an attempt by former Senator Dianne Feinstein to greatly expand the number of weapons that would be covered by that ban, and it was based not on lethality, but more on how they looked, on cosmetic features. And I did not think that that was appropriate. We do have a Second Amendment in our country.
And that gives people the right to own a weapon that powerful, do you think?
And Maine, I would point out, has one of the highest rates of gun ownership in the country and has a long heritage of responsible gun ownership. It has also had a very low rate of violence. What makes this crime so heinous is in a typical year, Maine might have.
All right, listening in here to Senator Susan Collins speaking, answering questions at the end of this news conference. The most recent update we've gotten here out of Maine as the manhunt continues. A lot of questions, especially surrounding gun owners, assault bans, the thoughts of lawmakers at this news conference on this. And this comes as this massacre that happened has stunned the state of Maine. Only 1.3 million people that has one of the country's lowest homicide rates. They had 29 killings in all of 2022. Many residents, community members, very shocked by how everything transpired, and now even more scared that this individual is still on the run. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Lexi Petrovich here on the desk. We still have much more coverage to bring you. We're going to continue to be showing you all of these live images that we're getting in and talking with officials, answering those questions that everyone is talking about, some of which you just heard at that news conference there. Why did this individual have firearms? His mental health was brought into question, at least as of this summer. So knowing that, how is this individual still able to possess those types of dangerous weapons? What other concerns may there have been early on that could have prevented a tragedy like this from occurring? We'll be breaking all of that down. Also, how do you approach someone who is this dangerous, who's already inflicted so much pain on so many people, communities, family members, and now he is on the run? I've heard different conversation on social media in different states states, New Hampshire even, people saying, what happens if he's here? Should we be on edge right now? And I think everybody is. Let's give you this live picture here right now, one of which that we're getting out of Maine. We'll continue to also speak with a reporter there who is in Lewiston right now, has been reporting, bringing us updates on those search efforts as she's on the ground there. So much more of this coverage to come. Let's take our final commercial break here of this hour, and we'll see you back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. Thanks again for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. The manhunt continues for Robert Card, the 40-year-old man who's accused of killing 18 people and injuring at least 13 others. And as of right now, he is still on the run, a major law enforcement presence as they try to locate this very dangerous and armed individual. They tell people if you ever see this man, not to approach him. He is considered armed and dangerous. Let's show you again his mugshot here, as you can see, or I should say a photo of him, not a mugshot, but a photo of this individual that continues to be on the run right now. Police still looking for him, and we know that he is dangerous. He is a trained armed We're learning more about his background, we should say here. We apologize as we get situated here, just transitioning on the desk from one anchor to another. But we're also getting live images here, as we always do, this one out of Lewiston. And we're going to continue to be speaking with reporters that are there. Our next report coming up here in the next 20 minutes or so, but much more coverage to come on this. We're also learning more about the events leading up to the series of mass shootings with this. Fox's Rebecca Castor brings us an update from Maine.
A massive manhunt is underway for the suspect in the deadliest mass shooting in Maine's history.
We cannot and we will not rest in this endeavor.
Authorities in Maine are searching for a 40-year-old firearms instructor and Army reservist in connection with the series of mass shootings in the town of Lewiston. More than 24 people were killed or injured. Police say they are now looking for a motive.
You say triggering event, that's a motive for us, and that's not something we're prepared to discuss today.
More than 100 federal and local investigators are assisting with the case. It began just before 7 p.m. Wednesday night when police responded to shooting incidents at a bowling alley and a bar. A vehicle believed to be the suspect's was later found at a boat ramp miles away. Experts say the suspect's known mental health issues and military experience make this a difficult case for investigators.
dozens of agencies responding all in their own manner, trying to get organized. That takes hours, literally hours, multiple locations.
Schools and offices across the region remain closed on Thursday. This community now trying to make sense of the violence.
You see it everywhere else, but you never think it's going to hit home. It's scary. You know what I mean? It's got everybody nervous.
As the investigation continues, President Biden is calling on Congress to ban assault weapons in high-capacity magazines. In Lewiston, Maine, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, I'm pulling up a tweet here. This is what we were referring to right before we played out this story for you from Rebecca. This is from Pentagon producer for Fox, Liz Frieden, saying new info on suspected shooter Robert Card. The Army did not train Card as a firearms instructor, nor did he serve in that capacity for the Army. Due to a Privacy Act and the ongoing investigation, we cannot provide further details, an Army spokesperson said. So still continuing to try to understand his background here as he remains on the run right now. Now, before we played out Rebecca's report, before we took that final commercial break here, as we enter now the 7 o'clock Eastern hour, again, about 24 hours ago is when this all started, we had just heard an update from officials in Maine, lawmakers as well, speaking at a news conference. I want to see if we can pull up a tweet here. And if not, we'll get it here in the next few minutes from one of those lawmakers. He is a rather moderate Democrat who, before this incident happened, was unsure of his stance on an assault weapons ban. However, that has since changed since this mass shooting that happened. This is from Congressman Jared Golden. Let's read out this statement for you here next. It says, "I am arriving home in Lewiston to see my family, and after checking in on them, I will join the mayor of Lewiston and other Maine leaders to get a briefing on the current situation and learn how I can best support our community in the days to come. My office stands ready to assist the victims of this hateful act of violence in every way that we can. I want to thank the law enforcement community for keeping the people of Lewiston and the surrounding towns safe as you work to resolve this terrible and dangerous situation. My team and I also express our gratitude for the frontline medical personnel who are caring for the wounded both in the fields and in the hospitals. I offer my deepest condolences to all of the families who have lost loved ones." We also learned that 3 people who were shot yesterday evening died on their way to the hospital. 18 people in total have been killed so far. Just an absolute tragedy all around, and so many people on edge as police are still looking for Robert Card. He is still on the run. This comes after his vehicle was abandoned yesterday evening, and now they are searching everywhere they can to see where this individual may be. They encourage any information, any tips with this as well. I want to pull up a information here on the timeline of events, what Maine State Police have so far shared of Robert Card. They go on to describe the description of events beginning yesterday evening at just before 7 o'clock local time, saying that the Auburn Communications Center was notified that a man walked into the Spare Time Recreation on Mollison Street in Lewiston and began shooting. This was confirmed by multiple 911 calls that followed. At 7:08 p.m., the Auburn Communications Center received multiple calls that a man had come into a bar and grill restaurant about 4 miles away or so on Lincoln Street and began shooting. Let's give you a live picture here as we continue to go through the chain of events. Multiple law enforcement agencies and emergency medical personnel were then dispatched to the scenes. At 8:06 p.m., police released a photo of the suspect to the media. At 9:26 p.m., the Lewiston Police Department received a call identifying the man in the photos as Robert Card, age 40, of Maine. At 9:56, the Lisbon Police Department notified Lewiston Police they had located a white Subaru at a boat launch in Lisbon. That vehicle was identified as belonging to Card. Police have confirmed that there were 7 people that were killed at the bowling center, 8 people killed at the bar and grill. 3 additional people died after being transported to Central Maine Medical Hospital in Lewiston for treatment, and an additional 13 people were injured in the shootings. Names of the victims still aren't available. Police are continuing to identify them and also contact family members during this very difficult time. Currently, there are over 350 law enforcement personnel that are involved in the search efforts for Card, comprised of officers from all over the state, national agencies as well. And they go on to say if anyone has any information about Robert Card. Again, let's pull up his photo for you. Armed and dangerous, someone that they want you to call this number before doing anything else. And that number is 207-213-9526 or 207-509-9002. So a lot of information, still trying to kind of unpack this timeline, but that is the most recent update that we're getting from Maine State Police of how things transpired yesterday. Again, about 24 hours or so again now from when this all began, and it still continues now as this individual remains on the run. Now, we've heard a lot about the different agencies that are assisting with this. That also includes in New York. There's a lot of fear that he could make his way to New York, to other states, and we're hearing from NYPD what they're doing to prepare for any possible sightings of Card as well. Let's play out what police had to say as they held a public safety briefing this afternoon.
Our hearts go out absolutely to everyone who was affected by the incident in Maine last night. And we will give you a brief update on what we as NYPD have been doing in coordination with our partners. But just to underline, this is not an NYPD investigation. It's an investigation that's being led by federal, state, and local partners up in Maine, with whom we've been in continuous and extensive contact since the incident occurred, starting just before 7 p.m. yesterday evening. An individual, a person of interest who's been identified as Robert Card, allegedly entered two locations, a restaurant, bar, and a bowling alley, and opened fire on all of the innocent people who were inside the location. And like we've seen way too many times, the results were devastating. Our thoughts and prayers remain with the folks of Lewiston. The individual persons of interest photo was made available yesterday evening. He is currently not in police custody. The hunt is ongoing and very dynamic. We are quite confident at this point that this horrific crime has no nexus to New York City. We can't speculate, obviously, as to any motivation, but we don't see any indications at this moment, again, from our perspective here in New York, of any political or ideological leaning. But what we can say is through extensive information sharing with other agencies, NYPD has worked through the knife to make sure that New York City remains safe. And immediately after he was first identified by authorities in Maine, his photograph and all of the identifying information that we had was distributed widely to officers across the city. We've also adjusted our resource deployments, and Chief Shell can speak to these as well, to provide additional touch points, security and observation points at places of entry into the city since yesterday evening. And as is our standard operating practice, whenever an incident like this happens, whether it's overseas or here, across the country, we coordinate extensively with local law enforcement, with federal law enforcement on the ground to make sure of two things. One, that we have the most up-to-date information, and two, that we can support the ongoing investigation if and however we can as needed. So we ask the proverbial New York question: does this have any impact to New York? And do we have anything in our holdings that could enhance or support the investigation? We do this via an information sharing network called Operation Sentry that's been established for over a decade, that includes several hundred law enforcement agencies across the country. And we're extremely grateful to federal, state, and local law enforcement partners via Operation Sentry in Maine and the broader Northeast, who have been in real time, as they have been dealing with this investigation and Manhunt, sharing critical information with us to make sure that we can protect New York City. And I do want to reiterate, we don't see any nexus to New York City with this incident, tragic as it was. But we've been saying this a lot over the last couple of weeks, and we always do. We urge all New Yorkers to continue to go about your business, but to remain alert to your surroundings. And we've been saying this for a while now. If you see anything concerning, please don't hesitate. Please reach out. You can call 911, you can call a police officer, or our counterterrorism hotline, which is 1-888 New York City Safe. Thanks.
All right, so last night, late night, I was the executive staff of the police department in the City Hall, planning a strategy as to what we could do to mitigate any chances of this individual coming down to New York City. The first thing, we activated our JOC, which is right behind you, to make sure they're in touch with all city agencies, Amtrak, Port Authority, MTA. We put out what we call critical messages to every cop, every uniformed person in the city, with the literature we had about picture and the Subaru he was driving. We had an alert on that car. LPR cars were deployed on every city crossing into the city last night, and it continues this morning. Even though that car has been recovered, we're still standing with that posture. Right now, we have a level 4 activation going on in New York City. That's over 900 cops mobilized. We split the city into 2 parts, and those police officers will be deployed to high-sensitive locations throughout the day. This is an abundance of caution we're doing this. Our aviation units will be staggered today throughout the day as to keep a continuous flight up to make sure if anything happens, we're ready to go. Again, this is cautionary. As the Deputy Commissioner mentioned, no direct threat to New York City, but everything always comes back to New York City one-way fear, or actually comes back. So this is what we did last night. We're going to stay in this posture all day, and we'll watch the news and get updates from Maine as we go. Okay.
I will take a few questions on all 3 incidents that was updated. All right, David.
I wanted to ask about the child who was killed in Brooklyn. I don't know. I'm not as familiar with NYPD truck drivers, but are there in-car dash cams or any indication that the driver was distracted at all, or I guess any more information?
Well, that this incident, thank you for your question first and foremost. This incident is very new, so our collision investigation squads of detectives, they're going through all the protocols. You know, our tow truck operators are civilian operators, civilian members of the service, so that's going to be all part of the investigation. Cameras, witness accounts, and inspecting, of course, the inside of our tow vehicles and seeing what it was equipped with. No, they actually had to tow a vehicle on the hitch, so it was towing a car with, headed in the direction of the Brooklyn tow pound.
All right, so this protest, let me just give you a quick update before I get to that question. We've had roughly 110 protests over the last 19 days, encompassing roughly 70,000 rallies, protesters. We've effected 233 arrests. 225 of those arrests approximately were summonses for being in the street or acts of disobedience. We spoke with CUNY schools last week about our protocols, what we're doing, how we're doing it. If you recall, about 10 days ago at Columbia, we had a great meeting with Columbia. They didn't want us on the campus. We met with them. We said what we were going to do, and it worked out well. So the schools were on board with us. We'll be in uniform with all the schools. It's a protocol we're going to change today in response to Cooper Union yesterday, so we'll do that. But we've met with the schools. All the schools have been cooperative, and we're going to continue to do what we've been doing. When there is a protest at a school, we have resources on site, we have resources off site, and we were working well with the schools, so we're going to continue to do that. Right, so we have locations designated by each patrol borough, schools, high sensitive locations where there are cops are already there. So for instance, last night in Manhattan South, we had cops at CUNY schools, even though there wasn't a protest. So we are doing that.
Yeah, and this is, again, part of what we often will do when there's a significant incident. We can support investigation with resources that we have back here, and we do that habitually. And we can support the investigation up in the field, and that's a good way to make sure that we're understanding everything in as close to real time as possible. There are a number of law enforcement agencies that have surged to Maine since the incident took place, both federal, state, and local. So NYPD is part of a larger team of regional partners that are there just to help out as this manhunt is underway. All of that, those kinds of investigative steps are the reason that we would surge folks to the area. We have no indications of any family members in our AOR right now, our area of responsibility. But again, this is usually a collective effort when it's a high priority investigation like this, involving an area that is relatively rural. So there's a number of law enforcement agents who are there on the ground that can help wherever the investigation leads us. But again, we see no indication of any nexus to New York City at all.
We don't have that information at this time.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, listening in there to NYPD and other officials as they talk about their efforts, what they're doing even in New York as this manhunt continues, giving you this live image that we continue to get in here from Lewiston, Maine, as we get ready to speak with a reporter who is on the grounds there any minute now. Now, so far today, officials have been very busy. We've heard there hundreds of law enforcement personnel are out and they are looking for this very dangerous and armed individual. They've searched forests, waterways, and small towns for the U.S. Army reservists who they say killed 18 people and wounded 13 in that mass shooting that happened at 2 locations, one of which is a bowling alley, the other of which is a bar. Obviously sending so many people panicked, scrambling under tables, even behind bowling pins, and really just gripping the entire state of Maine in fear, especially because this individual is still not in custody. Schools, doctors' offices, grocery stores, all closed. People stayed behind locked doors in cities as far away as 50 miles from the scenes of Wednesday night's shootings in Lewiston. President Biden today also ordered all U.S. flags to be flown at half-staff as condolences are continuing to pour in really around the nation and at home, including from Maine native and author Stephen King, who called it madness. The attacks, again, have really just stunned the entire state, the surrounding areas. This is a place in the country that has one of the lowest homicide rates. They had 29 killings in all of 2022. You compare that to some major cities that see far too many more, and it really just shows the stark contrast in data there. So this is a very typically safe area. People aren't used to seeing this type of violence. Of course, no one wants to be familiar with it, but in a place that where the data and the numbers show is typically relatively safe, this has come as a surprise for so many. The suspect, Robert Card, again, he's considered armed and dangerous, should not be approached. Authorities have stressed that numerous times in various news conferences as we've heard that throughout the day. Card had underwent a mental health evaluation in mid-July after he began acting erratically during training. So there's still a lot of questions surrounding all of this. Again, we're going to be getting an update here on the manhunt efforts in the next couple of minutes as we speak with a reporter on the ground. We'll also be talking with a former FBI agent, asking some of those questions about the mental health concern, also about just the search. What happens from here? We're now into the evening hours again. Now the second time as this individual remains on the run. How is he getting around, considering they found his vehicle? Is he getting help? What other methods of transportation could he be using? And then we've also heard from major cities like New York City as they prepare for the possibility of any sightings of Card 2. So there's a lot of different aspects here, different angles that we're going to continue to hone in on as we talk with various guests throughout our programming this evening. In the meantime, though, there are a lot of guests, community members, people who are in the area that are very on edge with everything that is happening. Some of our crews on the ground there have been catching up with them, talking with some of these folks who are really just shaken up after everything that happened overnight.
I don't know that I was ever scared. I think last night I described it as numb. You just didn't really know how to feel. Like, you're just sitting there and you're making sure that everybody you know is okay. Making sure that, you know, everybody's home, being safe. You know, my dad lives in a rural town not too far from here. He's like, well, do you need to come here? I was like, well, they're telling us to shelter in place, but if my husband goes to work and then helps a friend out in Turner tomorrow, I told my dad, I was like, we're gonna just come and hang out with you guys. Like, I don't fully feel comfortable, especially this person or people haven't been caught yet.
I woke hoping that he was caught. I slept on and off for about 2-3 hours, and first thing was to check my phone. Is he alive? So my first thought, is he still alive? Is he still out there? Can we feel like we can start the process of grieving and moving forward? How do we move forward? Feeling as a community, we're numb, we're hurt, like how can you feel safe again? How can we send our kids to school? How can we go to the grocery store to go shopping? Like how are we supposed to move forward when there's people out there that aren't getting the help they need? Our country, our city, our state, we need mental health. I just ask that everybody pray for our city, pray for our people, because we are mourning, and we are going to be mourning for a long time. We haven't even gotten a list of people yet, and I'm dreading that.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of very emotional community members, as many of them still are in such shock from everything that transpired, and they have so many questions about this as we continue to discuss here. Let's give you another live picture out of Lewiston right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break here. We still have much more to come. We'll be talking with a reporter here any minute now, giving us an update on the search efforts. Also, again, speaking with a former federal prosecutor and former FBI agent who can speak on a variety of topics here as the search continues. That's coming up as well in the next 10 minutes. Much more to come. We'll be right back. Stick with us. And welcome back. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, beginning here with a live look from Bowdoin, Maine. This is where the suspect, who is still on the run, is from. And it's now over 24 hours since this chaos unfolded yesterday. The manhunt continues. Hundreds of investigators trying to find the person responsible, who they say killed 18 people in a horrible mass shooting that happened in Maine. We want to get an update here on how search efforts are going right now and bring in Fox's Kaylee Schuyler, who's live in Lewiston. Kaylee, we've talked with you several times throughout the day. Can you tell us anything new? What are you seeing out there?
Well, Lexi, the newest developments is there was a 20-minute presser about an hour and a half ago, and it was mostly officials sending sympathy to families and encouraging law enforcement. But they did note at the end of that presser that last year there were 22 gun-related deaths in Maine. So in one night here in Lewiston, that number was almost matched. But right now, obviously the road is closed behind me, but this is the second location, a restaurant just right down the street where a gunman opened fire, killing 8 people. Just minutes earlier, about 4 miles down the road, he killed 7 people at a bowling alley. 3 others that were wounded died on the way to the hospital, and more than a dozen people were hurt. Now, the suspect is 40-year-old Robert Card. He was started as a person of interest, but now is facing arrest warrants. According to a Maine Information Center bulletin obtained by Fox, Card is a firearms instructor and a U.S. Army reservist. Last night, law enforcement found Card's car just before midnight in Lisbon, about 8 miles from the murder scenes. More than 300 officers are trying to track him down, and the Maine State Police have told people in Lewiston, Lisbon, and Bowdoin to shelter in place for now. I spoke with a woman who lives just feet from the bowling alley where the shooting began.
Heartbreaking. This is our friends, our family, our loved ones, our town, our city. Like, this isn't okay. I just haven't stopped since last night, been on and off, and tried working this morning to try to keep myself occupied, and so the kids aren't going to school.
Police say if you know anything about Card's whereabouts, you should call 911. Back to you, Lexi.
All right, Kaylee, thanks so much for that update. We're getting some information out right now, and I'm not sure how far you are from the suspect's home, but that there might be different commands that are being heard from officers to potentially Robert Card himself. Are you hearing anything right now?
I have seen the reports that there is increased FBI and law enforcement presence at 2 properties connected with Card, and that loud bangs have been heard at one of those properties. But I am not currently there, and I cannot hear those bangs, but I have seen those reports. Here, it's actually pretty quiet. Police are coming in and out, but it's mostly media in the area. And as far as residents go, I can say it's been pretty quiet here for sure, and people are sheltering in place.
Yeah, that's right. Good reminder that you are in Lewiston. That is in Bowdoin, where the suspect is from. So obviously trying to keep track of all these different locations here. But Kaylee, obviously we heard from one resident there, very emotional. I know that you've spent the day there. You've really had a chance to get a feel for this community, the area. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you've discovered just in your reporting there today?
Yeah, so when I was talking with residents here today, I was just asking them, when you heard this news, what are you feeling right now? And honestly, a lot of residents told me that they're just feeling numb. They don't even know what they feel right now. They said this is such a tight-knit community, and everyone knows everyone. And that woman I spoke to that you just heard from, she was picking up her daughter right next to the bowling alley right as that shooting was happening. And she said she sends her daughter goes there alone sometimes, just playing with kids, and there will be children inside that bowling alley alone. So right now they're just really in shock, and they're just not feeling safe and don't really know what to do next, but they definitely want to make sure that whoever is responsible for this is caught.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Fox's Kaylee Schuyler there reporting. Kaylee, thanks so much for that update. We'll talk again soon.
Thank you.
All right, as I talked with Kaylee there, you heard me say that there's reports that we might be hearing some conversation between law enforcement members, potentially Robert Card himself. We want to just pull up this live image here. We're going to turn up the volume, see if we can hear anything. Again, as we heard from Kaylee there, she was in Lewiston with that report. This is in Bowdoin, Maine, again, where the suspect, Robert Card, the 40-year-old man who's believed to have killed 18 people, injuring 13 others. That is where he's from. Let's listen in here as we keep this live image up. All right, and we're just checking in here. We have a guest that we're going to bring in here any moment now, but we are working to get more information as we leave this live image up. We have several live images coming in right now. What appears to be reports that law enforcement members could be outside of the home of Robert Card in Bowden, Maine, and also several other images that we're getting in, although it is very dark. So we're going to keep this up right now as we get all of these different live feeds settled. We're going to continue to take you through this with us as we watch this happening live and in real time. Let's keep this up. All right, we have the audio up here. We also have several other shots that we're getting in right now as we're watching this manhunt live. This is a live image out of Bowden, Maine. All right, so this is what we're seeing right now, that we're hearing that there potentially are law enforcement members that are outside of the suspect's home, Robert Card. A couple other images that we're getting in, again, very dark right now, but you can see a couple different angles, a lot of flashing lights here, many law enforcement members that are apparently outside of the home saying to the suspect, Robert Card, walk out with your hands up. We're hearing that there's a lot of conversation, instruction towards Robert Card as he has been on the run now for about 24 hours. We do have here with us, we have Greg Rogers. He is a former federal prosecutor, also a former FBI agent. He can speak to a lot of what is going on. Greg, are you able to hear us okay? Can you see this shot that we have up right now?
Yes.
Okay, so again, we just appeared to have a zoomed in shot there of what it looked like the suspect's house. Again, it's difficult to see super close right now with how dark it is. But Greg, walk us through what's happening right now. And obviously this manhunt's been going on for 24 hours, but now, you know, we're led to think that he could be at his house in Bowden, Maine. Hasn't really gone very far so far.
I got to say, I'm very surprised that he's at his home. I wouldn't have anticipated that. That would have been part of the search for him. We would have looked at every residence or any property he had any interest in. But I got to tell you, I'm very surprised he's there. And right now, not hostage negotiators, but the negotiators that are there are going to be trying to get him out of the home peacefully. And so that's what's going on right now. And fortunately, he's probably there by himself. So this is something that can take time. There's not going to be any rush. It's just going to be trying to get him out of there without anybody else getting hurt.
Yeah, this is really interesting. We have several different angles here. We're going to keep it up on this one, though. It might be the clearest angle of his home itself. But again, this happened 24 hours ago, Greg. There's so many questions surrounding just everything that unfolded. Maine considered one of the safest places in terms of data when it comes to murders and homicides. A community very shaken up, understandably so. It looks like we're getting a zoomed in image here now of the suspect's house. But just knowing what we know right now, the reports, at least up through this summer, that apparently the suspect had mental health issues. some details about his past that have come into question. There's a lot of concern about how this individual had access to such dangerous weapons, considering the potential mental health evaluation that he had to go through. So just kind of knowing what we know about the suspect's background so far and how this horrible tragedy was able to occur. Just give us your thoughts.
Well, unfortunately, he's military trained. He's firearms instructor. I mean, Maine flag versus red flag states. There's no question that basically his psychological fallout and getting admitted should have been reported to law enforcement. They would have made efforts to retrieve his weapons, but someone this savvy could just as well have hidden a weapon too. So when I've heard a lot of those criticisms, people need to be a little reticent about that, because taking the weapons that were in his residence and weapons that were registered and known about is good, and it should have been done. But it doesn't mean that someone with his skill set couldn't have hidden weapons that law enforcement would have had a very difficult time finding.
Sure, and when I'm watching all of this, Greg, I think of not that long ago, I believe it was in September, there was a very dangerous individual, Danilo Cavalcante, out of Pennsylvania, who escaped from prison, was on the run, and it took officials 13 days, I believe, almost 2 weeks to find him. And it was really difficult because of a similar situation to this in terms of the scenery, very wooded areas, difficult places to search, especially during the nighttime hours, how they were, going through different challenges. And so I think a lot of the fear, too, has been, how long can this go on for? This individual is so dangerous. He's armed. He's already killed 18 people. And that just makes this even more urgent.
Yes, it does. And we're very fortunate that he was in his residence. Again, that was not something anybody would have foreseen. He had an ATV registered to him. He had a boat registered to him. He was familiar with the outdoors. So this could have turned into a very long search. I think people were, they were reminded of Eric Rudolph, and the bombings in Atlanta at the Olympics. And he was gone for, over a year. So it's people with these skill sets and knowledge of the area like that can be very difficult to capture. So it's the fact that this may come to a resolution in 24 hours is just fabulous.
Well, and not only that, but, as we watch everyone surrounding the suspect's home, we're hearing that authorities are telling him, walk out with your hands up. Obviously, we have reporters that are there on the scene, too, who are speaking directly, who are on scene of this right now. How do law enforcement members have to approach this? Because not only is this dangerous for the general public, of course, but also for police. How can they try to safely bring the suspect out before this escalates even further?
Well, again, luckily, this isn't a hostage situation. It doesn't appear that there's anyone else in the house. So there's, quite frankly, no rush. No one else is in danger. So the negotiators are going to take their time. They're going to try to convince him that it's in his best interest to come out peacefully. It won't go on forever, but it can go on for a significant amount of time, and hours before law enforcement's going to hit this place in any type of dynamic entry or anything like that. When you're going in against someone who's got long guns and is a trained shooter, it can't be any more dangerous than that. So there's no need to do that right now. They're going to spend a whole lot of time and effort trying to get him to come out peacefully. If he doesn't come out peacefully, it's more likely than not that different types of gases will be applied to the house. There'll be all sorts of efforts made before law enforcement makes a decision to hit that house with a SWAT team. There's just no need to do that right now. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, this could be a long night ahead. And for anyone who is just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is Lexi Petrovich on the desk, and joining us here kind of on the phone, we'd like to say, is Greg Rogers, who is a former FBI agent, also former federal prosecutor. He has a lot of experience when it comes to many different aspects of a major case and investigation such as this one. So it's been really good to talk with Greg as we watch this live. So you can see obviously on your screen here, we have to the left a photo of the suspect, Robert Card, 40 years old, from Bowden, Maine. That's also where this live image to the right of the suspect's photo is coming into us from. That's out of Bowden. The police there surrounding the suspect's home, yelling to him, walk out, hands up. They have surrounded his home, and as Greg said there early on, it is surprising to think that the suspect could have been home this entire time, now 24 hours later. But Greg, let's just kind of go back to what we know about how this all unfolded yesterday evening. There were two locations that the suspect went to. One was a bar and grill, the other was a bowling alley. Is there any reason to believe that maybe he could have had help throughout this?
Not so far. And it doesn't appear that's the case. I certainly hope not, but I can assure you that even though he's been located at his residence, that everyone that he's been associated with for the last, well, forever, is being interviewed. There's all sorts of determination still being, an investigation being done right now to determine whether he had any assistance, because if he did, there could still be a dangerous person out there. So even though everyone's concentrating right now on him being at his residence, which is great, I can assure you that there are a good number of law enforcement still working diligently to determine that he did this alone.
And we also learned yesterday that they found his vehicle pretty quickly after all of this started to unfold yesterday evening. And I think that brought the question of, as we watch them in front of his house right now, of how he could have been getting around over the last 24 hours. He ditched his vehicle, and that's kind of why I asked too, maybe is there a reason to believe that he could have had help? But then again, we now know that police are outside of his home right now.
Right. Yeah, no, it's, again, very, very surprising that he went home. I don't think anybody would have guessed that. There would have been a lot of work done today to determine if he had access to other vehicles, family members, friends. Everyone would have presumed that he would have not been using his vehicle that could have easily been identified. So there would have been a bunch of investigation going into whether he had rented a vehicle, whether he had access to friend or family vehicles. Everyone would have assumed he'd have been in a vehicle besides his own. But that, again, doesn't appear to be the case. It may turn out that he did this horrific act last night and then went home. That's very, very unusual.
Sure, and there's also the question too, Greg, of how planned could this have been? Could this have been prevented, especially knowing what we know about the concerns of mental health in mid-July, and now this? I'm trying to see what we're seeing here in this up-close shot. Still looks like just a lot of movement surrounding the house there. We're kind of getting a glimpse at the window. But going back to my question there, though, Greg, if there were any other signs, any other indications that maybe law enforcement could have been aware of before this all unfolded?
Yeah, sadly, yes. And you hate to sound like a Monday morning quarterback, but this clearly should have been reported when he was in a mental health facility, he'd been admitted, and most glaringly, he had threatened to do a shooting like this on a military base. Quite frankly, it's just inexcusable that this wasn't reported to law enforcement.
All right, so we're watching here right now. We're getting a little bit of a better idea, at least of, we're able to make out this window of part of the home here. Again, Greg, for viewers who are just joining us, kind of walk them through what we're seeing right now, how long this could go, and recap what we expect to happen from here.
This could go all night. This is there is no rush when he's in there by himself. Again, if there were other individuals in there, especially if they were innocent individuals in there, it would be a much different situation. But it appears that he's in there by himself. So SWAT is not going to hit that house anytime soon. They're going to let the negotiators do their job. They're going to try to talk him out, convince him clearly that it's in his best interest to come out, and that peacefully, and that, you know, no one gets hurt. If that's unsuccessful, and again, it could easily go all night. If that's unsuccessful, it's highly likely the next step would be for SWAT teams to gas the house, try to subdue him before they go in. A SWAT team is one of the most dangerous things a SWAT team can do, is to hit a house with a trained shooter who has long guns. Body armor doesn't help you with the type of weaponry he has. They have ballistic shields and things like that, but it'd be a very, very dangerous arrest. So they're not going to do that unless it's absolutely necessary, and it's not absolutely necessary in the near future.
Off the top of your head, Greg, how long have you seen some of these negotiations go before?
I've seen them go, 8 hours, 12 hours in these types of situations. Again, because there's just no rush. He's in there by himself, and there's just no sense in putting more people's lives in danger to arrest him. That place is surrounded. He's not getting away. And so again, there's just no rush to this type of arrest situation. The negotiators are very well trained, and we're going to let them do their job.
And Bowden here, where the suspect's home is located, this is about 24 miles from Lewiston, where we've also been getting updates this evening. We've known, Greg, that there's obviously law enforcement that have been here in Bowden. There have been law enforcement personnel in Lewiston and in many other surrounding areas as well. We just heard from officials even in New York City as they prepared for any possible sightings of Robert Card there. So why now do you think we're now hearing that the suspect is there? Do you think that maybe he was hiding in their home and they saw something, or what would lead them to believe that they finally noticed that the suspect could have been home this whole time?
I'll be very interested to find that out, because one normal tactic that would have been used in this case is to be searching all of his properties. Teams would have gone out to every residence that he has any interest in to try to find information that would help them determine where he might have gone. I mean, you might be looking for something as innocent as receipts for airline tickets, bus tickets, other vehicles he may own. I mean, all of those sorts of things you'd be looking in residences. It may well be that someone approached that residence with a search warrant and saw something. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's what happened. That someone went there and they determined that he was there, and then they made the right decision to back out, because a lot of the search warrant teams might have showed up. They're not tactically trained. They're not SWAT teams. They were probably just going to go and, nobody would have, if you would have asked me if he was at his residence, I would have said not likely.
Yeah, and still watching here, we're trying to also see if we can hear anything while we talk with you, Greg, of some of this back and forth communication with law enforcement as they surround the suspect's home. But also going back to what we know, there's two different crime scenes here, as we mentioned before, about 4 miles apart from one another, the bowling alley and then the bar and grill. So going back to any warning signs on the other side of it, do you think that this was really thoughtfully planned by the suspect, considering that he does have such extensive experience?
I don't know if it was any more thoughtfully planned than he knew these areas. There's photographs of him bowling, so it's highly likely he's been to that bowling alley. He obviously went to easy targets. Those are very, what you would call, they're just easy target scenarios because there are a lot of people there, but they're not secured. There's not going to be armed guards. Normally at a bowling alley or at a bar, there might be a bouncer, but he's not going to be armed. So he went to places where he knew there were going to be a lot of people. There were going to be a lot of easy targets, and that doesn't take a whole lot of planning. That could have been just a spur of the moment decision made, and it doesn't require a whole lot of planning to hit targets like that, and that's what he did.
All right, and Greg, I know we're talking about a variety of different angles here as we watch this all in real time, and I want to also just remind viewers here, if they're new to us, this is kind of what makes us unique. We're able to bring you these live images in real time, live, raw, and unfiltered, so you're watching this unfold as we do, and we get so many. We have, again, this shot that's outside of the suspect's home. We also have another shot out of Lewiston, too. So we do want to keep this one outside of the suspect's home up right now. Greg, I want to ask you, any other major points that you'd like to make here? Obviously, very extensive experience in handling so many big cases such as this one. Anything that comes to mind that you would like to add? It looks like we have a reporter now in the shot. We're going to take a different one here as we get out of that one. But Greg, any final thoughts? I know that you also have somewhere to be and maybe could be joining us later.
Yes. No, my final thought is law enforcement has handled this very well. They've obviously been putting in a good amount of time and effort to find this guy. I'm thrilled that they found him so quickly. And but now people are going to have to be patient, because I can assure you they're going to take their time to get him out of that house. It's an incredibly dangerous arrest scenario, because this guy is trained with very sophisticated weaponry. And again, people see a SWAT team and they see him with all that body armor on and everything. That body armor is useless against the type of rounds that are in that rifle that he has. So they're just not going to be in any hurry to go into that residence unless they absolutely have to. So they're going to let the negotiators do their job.
All right. Well, Greg, thank you so much. We really appreciate all of your insight here as we're watching this. Really helps us get a better understanding of what is happening here, how long this could take. So as always, thank you so much for being with us this evening.
My pleasure. Always good talking to you.
All right, Greg, thanks so much. We'll talk again soon. All right, and I'm Lexi Petrovich here on the desk. Thanks so much for being with us as we continue to show you all that is unfolding. Obviously, a lot of major developments here in the last 30 minutes or so, as we've learned that while we've had many of these live images, we now know that police are surrounding the suspect's home in Bowdoin, Maine. And as Greg said, they're almost a bit surprising to think that maybe he hadn't gone anywhere all along. A lot of questions about where police had searched prior to this. Obviously, we're over 24 hours out from when this tragedy first occurred. So getting so many of these images in here again, let's pull up this live image. Again, very dark, so we apologize for that. Wish we could give you a better clarity of the situation right now, but it is a bit of a relief to know that police have surrounded the suspect's home. He is believed to be in there. They have been talking to him, communicating with him as they surround it, telling him to put his hands up and walk out. But a lot of challenges that come with this. As we know, the suspect's experience and his background is also what makes this incredibly challenging. As Greg mentioned, this could go on for many hours through the night, sometimes 12 hours they see these incidents go. And police, law enforcement, they have to be very, very strategic in how they go about this, very careful, because this man is so dangerous and has very dangerous weapons on him too. And you also heard Greg talking about the body armor. Well, it doesn't really matter if you have someone who is very skilled inside of a home. You have to be so careful about how you approach a dangerous situation such as this one. We're going to use this moment to take a break. We could have a very long evening ahead of us here, but as always, we've got you covered on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back right after this break.
3:30 Augusta, leaving your zone. I will tell you, I've talked through doors for hours when nobody was on the other side. We thought they were on the other side, but they weren't. So I think you may have something like that here, like maybe the officers are not really convinced, but there's intel that would suggest he might well be in there. And that's why they're sort of doing this waiting game. But as I've said more than once tonight, that's going to end here at some point.
And let's talk about that note that they found inside of the home. How significant is that suicide note addressed to his son?
Well, if you look at mass shootings in general, they're suicide missions. I mean, most mass shooters either die at the scene, either by forcing law enforcement to kill them, or they shoot themselves, a short distance away. Few exceptions. Parkland is an exception. Nicholas Cruz obviously walked off and got caught blocks away or a short distance away from the school. But by and large, when they set out to do these things, they are pretty much convinced they're not going to live through them, or they don't want to live through them. So the fact that Mr. Card apparently has written a suicide note to his son, it really doesn't surprise me. And as we have gone since this shooting occurred, it struck me that they may well have been chasing a dead person, moments after he disappeared from his vehicle. But we'll see how that plays out.
And just one more before we'd like you to just stand by. I know you said you're not surprised about the suicide note, but are you surprised then that there would be potentially this setup if it was him that drove his vehicle to the location that had a boat potentially on the water? I mean, it seems like quite an advanced escape plan to then potentially die by suicide.
But we also are making assumptions here, right? We don't know that any of that occurred. It does make logical sense that he drives and then sort of disappears at that point. He could have had another car parked there. He could have walked to a different location. It's really hard to say. But, I even went through this thought process earlier once we learned about water, a boat ramp, etc. I mean, did he have some sort of getaway plan? But the suicide note, assuming it's legitimate, sort of counters that he knew that this was going to end in his death and probably at his own hand.
All right, Brad Garrett, we always appreciate your insight. If you could stand by for us, I'd like to bring in ABC News law enforcement contributor Jared Burguan. He was police chief in San Bernardino, California in 2015 when a mass shooter killed 14 people at a holiday party. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'd like to just start out by getting your impression from the police activity we're seeing right now.
Well, it certainly is interesting. It's an interesting turn of events, and obviously, we are very much riveted to the hopes that they have the suspect and that they've got him contained, and that hopefully this is going to come to an end soon. There are a couple things from a tactical standpoint that come to mind. One is what was described as the team being there, it being relatively low key. Then it appeared that they were leaving, and then they quietly went back. That could very well have been a tactic. We've had many incidents over the years where officers have been searching for somebody and they're not finding them, and they've gone yard to yard, house to house, whatever it might be. And finally, most officers will leave and one or two officers will stick around just to watch. And then sure enough, the suspect appears, once he thinks all the officers are gone. It could have been a tactic such as that. It could have been very well that they left. They thought he wasn't there, and then maybe there was some indication that he was. The fact that there are some things that concern me. One is if they really truly believe he was there, most of the time, unless law enforcement's got an incredibly disciplined approach, my guess is you're going to see more folks arriving more and more often. And they're not saying and they're not reporting that. So that concerns me that they're going through some bit of an exercise here just to make sure that he's not there.
You're right, because again, there is no confirmation that he is inside the house. Some of those announcements we heard are due diligence. Tell us about that process, executing search warrants in these kinds of cases.
Well, obviously there's an enormous amount of intel that's gone on or gone into looking into who Robert Card is, every single house that he might have a connection to, family residences, cabins, friends, associates, everything that you can imagine. Rest assured, the investigators have kicked over every stone in their endeavor to learn everything they can about him. And the search teams that are actively looking for him are going to follow up at each and every one of those places. And that is in addition to following up on tips and telephone calls that they're getting. And that is in addition to the natural search that would take place from where they last saw his car and the last place that he may have been there, whether it's through the use of dogs or searching the woods or whatever it might be. It is a painstaking step-by-step process that will continue until they have exhausted every single lead, every single bit of information that they have, or until the trail goes completely cold. But it will continue. From a tactical standpoint, the search warrants, you got to remember in something like this, the suspect has, in many cases, if he is there, if he's hiding in the woods, if he's hiding in an environment that he's familiar with, he has all the advantage of the world. He has the ability to have scoped it out initially, to have set aside hiding spots, to have positioned himself in a way that he can see anybody that's coming. He has the capacity to know the area. He has the capacity to have created hiding spots that in some cases could be next to impossible for law enforcement to find on foot. He's got all the advantages. What is important to remember is that as it takes place, law enforcement still has time on their side. If he is in fact at this house, there is no reason for law enforcement to be in a hurry. There is no reason for those teams to rush in and unnecessarily endanger the lives of officers. That urgency doesn't come into play until you know that he poses an immediate threat to somebody else, to an innocent person. Other than that, law enforcement has all the time in the world to, and this thing could go on for days if they wanted to.
All the time in the world. Before I let you go, just want to get a sense of at what point, though, would they decide to breach the house, to go inside?
So you're going to have a tactical commander. Somebody's going to be in charge of that scene, and somebody's going to have the authority to ultimately make the decisions. They have their protocols. They have their trigger points of when entry teams are going to make a dynamic entry if something unexpected starts to take place, or there is some immediate threat to somebody or something that says they have to breach immediately. Those plans are already in place. The officers are there, know what their role is, and they know when they're going to have to move. Outside of that, if they decide that this has gone on long enough and we are now going to do a planned breach, it will be a very, very coordinated, very, very dynamic entry, probably from multiple fronts, but it will be made by the commanders on scene, and they will determine when that time comes.
Thank you so much. Again, I'd like to ask you to stand by as well as we bring in our senior investigative reporter, Aaron Katursky. Aaron, I know your sources are giving you some information about that possible suicide note by the shooter. What can you tell us?
The authorities found a note in one of the locations associated with the mass shooting suspect, Robert Card, Lindsay. And at first, they declined to describe it or describe its significance. But sources familiar with the note and the investigation are now telling ABC News it is a suicide note addressed to Robert Card's son. It does not, we're told, contain information that might point to a motive for why the mass shootings in Lewiston occurred, but rather does include some rantings. Those were not further described to us, and some rather mundane information like bank account numbers and things perhaps that Robert Card's son could find useful should his father not be there. So the suicide note is just one clue that the authorities are now looking at as they try to develop a bigger picture of what he was all about.
And Aaron, we know our team is also getting more reporting about the suspect's behavior online. Tell us what you know about that.
One of the other things law enforcement authorities are learning about some of what he was engaging with in his online life. That includes a lot of what's been described to us as conspiratorial content, engaging with some conspiracy theories involving everything from gun rights and gay rights to commentary about public officials, including President Biden. Again, it helps fill out the picture of who the suspect is, but does not appear to necessarily give a motive for why these mass shootings occurred. The biggest clues in that regard have come from the family, which has been cooperative, we're told, with law enforcement authorities. Lindsay, the sister of the suspect, told the authorities that when she first heard about the shooting and the initial location at the bowling alley, she thought that her brother may have been going after an ex-girlfriend. So one possibility here that authorities are trying to investigate is whether this mass shooting somehow initiated through a domestic dispute.
We continue to see,
it looks like they're mobilizing.
It looks like some officers coming outside, crouching on the ground, perhaps there with the tactical units on that screen. Aaron Katursky, we thank you as always for your reporting and do want you to stand by as we now bring in Richard Frankel, former special agent at the FBI, who was a hostage negotiator.
With your experience with,
hey guys, we're gonna
the
cut over
FBI,
to this to raw,
they certainly have
video
time
right
on
now. I'm
their
gonna be
side here.
monitoring the other
if this
one
is
there.
a location that they
the
feel
other
that they
one,
have control of
apparently
the
they had to
perimeter
move.
of, there's, I mean, is there a clock for that?
Well, they don't know he's in there. It's going to be the same approach because, as was previously stated, you know, time is now on the side of the investigators at this scene. There's no need to rush in at this scene. I'm sure they're doing other things at other scenes. They're still looking for him because it's unconfirmed that we have the subject in this house. But at the scene, at the house, they're going to take their time. They're going to continue to act as if he's in there, even if they don't know.
Yep, Meadow Road. I got it on Meadow
Road. You probably have a hostage
Road.
negotiator who's the one who you've heard call into the house and will continue to have a conversation with whomever is in the house, if there is anyone. It's going to be one-sided, but it's going to be something that you have to do because if there is somebody there, you want that person to know that law enforcement is out there, they're not going away, and the only
technique has exhausted its relevance here, and they seem to be repositioning.
We do have the radar, though.
We do have radar here, which could involve things like
back to see if we got
sending drones up. We've seen some drones in the air
Oh,
already.
we swapped over
to get a look in the windows to try to develop more intelligence
about
who or what may be going on inside.
What it is.
You could breach an entrance and then send in a robot to increase that intelligence collection with video capability. The robots can climb stairs, they can open doors, they can do all sorts of things. You can escalate further into sending a dog in. Typically that's not done until you are very confident that there's a barricaded subject and you know where they are.
Where the media is.
And then of course the last step is a dynamic entry of SWAT operators.
Camera guys moving. We got camera guys moving here. I'm watching
really
on Fox
no
as
reason
well.
At this point, we can't confidently say that there is someone in this location, and it's very possible that the team doesn't know the answer to that question either. They're going to go through this process to try to figure that out in the safest way possible.
It is interesting, Andrew, that there were obviously officers at this location previously and presumably did not find anything and yet returned.
Yeah, that's really confounding. You know, there's a number
here.
of possibilities here. It could be that they received information from a neighbor, a passerby, some sort of tip that alerted them to movement on the property or something that looked like somebody had been inside. It's always possible when you leave a property, if you don't continue to secure it, the subject could have returned to the property after they left. It's also possible, it's not common, but it does happen, Anderson, that we'll have a tactical team search a location and the perpetrator hides themselves inside. I remember in 2017, there was a manhunt for an individual in a national park area. We had SWAT teams from Springfield and Chicago division helping out. They approached what they thought was an abandoned hunting cabin in the middle of the woods. The Chicago SWAT team searched the entire structure.
You know, with the whole hostage negotiation thing, that's why I'm starting to question, like, is he not? Let's cut back till we get Dole feet again.
There's no reason to rush in. So at this point, take your time. Do everything that you need to do to see if he is in fact in there. And if you have an indication he's in there, then this could go on for days. If you have no indication, then sooner or later, you're going to have both the tactical commander, you'll have the negotiator, and you have the on-scene commander, who actually has responsibility for everything, have a meeting and discuss when it is time to go inside. But again, you only want to go inside if you've exhausted everything you can to determine whether he is inside. And also you want to go in there as safe, efficient, and effective as possible to make sure that no law enforcement officer is endangered.
Situation.
Okay, so
and based on what he's done over the last 24,
a little bit of a bigger picture right
hours,
here. They're zoomed way in on that window. Once you guys take a peek here is what we have going on.
And so
this is some raw satellite feed coming down in right now.
Doesn't really make any difference.
That's why it's a little grainier.
Then you compound that with
but
mental health
you can
issues.
see that we are on Meadow Road right here. I want you guys to pay attention. We are on Meadow Road.
He may be, he could be using alcohol
and as you
or
can
drugs.
see, this is live right here.
Really
There's where the helicopter is. Meadow Road is right up the middle of all of the circles.
Be in a very nihilistic way.
So they have a search warrant.
Ryan Todd,
they think he may be inside of the house right now. They think he may be inside of the house.
Well, Anderson, what I can tell you is that the spotlight, as you can probably see, has shifted back to the front of the house.
Wide shot
but we have also seen law enforcement vehicles, several of them really, depart the scene. Now, there are law enforcement vehicles still there.
Yes, they just issued a search warrant, so they could go in if they want.
In the meantime, we have just gotten an email
right
from
here,
the public information officer for the Maine Department of Public Safety describing
right here,
what is happening
they
here.
got this very well isolated. They got extremely isolated.
That we heard those commands of, come out with your hands up.
Fox
this person says this is from the Public Information Department of the Maine Department of Public Safety. They say the announcements that are being heard over a loudspeaker are standard search warrant announcements when executing a warrant to ensure the safety of all involved. It is unknown
they
whether
think
Robert
he may
Card
be
is in
inside
any of the
house
homes
right now.
Law enforcement officials are simply doing their due diligence by tracking down every lead
on the
in an effort to locate and apprehend Card. So that does confirm, Anderson, some of what we have been
the TikTok stream
reporting
here
on earlier.
To
and our colleagues, working their sources, have said that it is not clear at all whether he is there, and she has just confirmed, this public information officer has just confirmed that it is unknown whether he is there or at any other residence connected to him. It's been a very methodical operation here this evening, we can tell you, for the last hour and a half or so. We are in the dark. Just to reiterate, we reported this last hour, but we're in the dark now because when they poured back in here,
again,
roughly
ABC's
7 o'clock,
moving their
before 7 o'clock Eastern
we don't
time,
have a good feed
with
off
all
of
these
that.
assets and kind of started to flood the area here. They
That
gave us
vehicle
very
was
strict
purposely
instructions: turn your lights off, because having the lights on is endangering the safety of law enforcement. So that's why we're in the dark here. And then over the next 30 minutes or so, we witnessed and heard, commands and appeals from a law enforcement officer on a loudspeaker to whoever might have been
the
inside,
audio up. You guys can see
up.
what type of situation we're dealing
with here. They don't want anyone else to get hurt, but they wanted them to come out with their hands up and nothing in their hands,
into the window
and to walk to the front
of this house
truck in the driveway and follow instructions. But then the dialogue simply stopped, Anderson, probably a good 40 minutes ago, and there's been no dialogue since then. And they've been very methodically moving assets kind of on the ground, in the air, around that house.
And Brian, is it just one structure on this property? And does the suspect, have access to other properties somewhere?
Let me map them over into my right ear so I can
relatives, the like.
1 second.
We can tell you that this appears from our angle to be one structure on this property. We did see law enforcement personnel kind of fanning out to the left of the property when they first kind of poured their assets back in for the second time tonight. To the left of the property seems to be some kind of a farm field. But, again, when we saw those personnel doing that fanning out, that could be standard procedure just to kind of secure the area or move around. We don't know what, if any, other properties he has access to. We do know that he owned he owns a small power boat, and that the Coast Guard is joining in the search for any suspicious vessels because they found his vehicle. Of course, we've been reporting that almost for 24 hours.
Okay, so I have disabled. You shouldn't hear their audio now. Could be wrong.
We had theories that maybe the suspects were fleeing to the border.
So yeah,
maybe
you guys
there were
see we got
secondary
both feeds up
locations.
over here.
There
We
were
got
other
both
things that could
feeds.
potentially be threats.
Okay, there we go. You can only handle so much of their talk. I'm sorry, you can only handle so much of their talk over there. Yeah, sorry, I can only handle so much. And then they regurgitate. When you swap between two networks, it gets way too annoying. I don't think he I don't think he's in there. I think it'd be very foolish of him to. But here's the thing. He left a suicide note. So it's possible his dead body is just staying in there. I think we're gonna see some obviously some movement here within the next few hours. I would say they're at least going to want to clear the house, breach and clear. If he's in there laying dead, then that is the Saturn V. Huh. Helicopter still circling above as well. How do you know there's a suicide note? Law enforcement has confirmed to journalists that there was a suicide note. Catherine, I'd rather hear your voice than the CNN anchors, right? Yeah, they did find a note. It was left to his son. Suicide note, yes. I didn't catch where they said they were trying to be very. It could have been in a vehicle. It was very They wasn't wanting to talk much about it.
134.
Possibly, Catherine. Possibly. I know the one that was. I know they said about the one to the son, his son.
They're partially out of the roadway, and she has a gas can. If it's somebody that can come and grab her. 10-4. I just got off the phone with Oxford. They're gonna give it out and call back if they can't take it. 222. I got strip dig. 222.
Okay, so taking a peek here. Yeah, and ABC, they're just, I'd rather have some live video from the scene other than them interviewing some random people just from earlier in the day. Yeah, and they're gonna be executing the search warrant here soon.
Augusta, you can show me out at the crash.
Saturn V is being taken out if it's not already. I believe it's already gone. I believe Saturn V is already gone from that museum there, Rogue. Because we were gonna stop there. Oh, do they still have it down there? Yeah, because I was reading about them taking the Saturn V rocket out. Well, so thermal, I mean, thermal, you would have to get it inside of the room, and even then, depending on if the body's there, could be dead. You know, if he's dead, they're not going to see a heat signature. Ah, I didn't know, Hannah. Oh, my eyes are itchy. So guys, if you're on TikTok, hit that follow button, tap your screens, and hit that follow button there. We're also live on YouTube. YouTube, much better quality. You could throw me up on the big screen if you would like. You could throw me up on the big screen. There we go. We got our dual view there along Meadow Road. Oh, I guess we did have a channel member join today. I see the one. I guess we had a channel member join today. That's awesome. Awesome, awesome. So yeah, right now the SWAT team is just kind of sitting down there. James just became a channel member. Thank you, James, very, very much. Thank you, James. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated there, buddy. I think you're going to really enjoy this. I think you're going to really enjoy the channel there. I do typically
Maine State Police went on to say law enforcement
a video a day for
currently
channel
on
members.
Meadow Road in the town of Bowdoin to execute several search warrants, which is, of course, what we're taking a live look at right now. The announcements that are being heard over a loudspeaker are standard search warrant announcements when executing a warrant to ensure the safety of all involved. It is unknown whether Robert Card is in any of the homes law enforcement will search. Law enforcement officials are simply doing their due diligence by tracking down every lead in an effort to locate and apprehend Card. This incident obviously happening at a property connected to Card in Bowdoin, Maine. We've also been showing you images out of Lewiston, which is about 20 minutes or so away from where the suspect's home is. And we also know that there's been a police helicopter.
Oh, thank you, James. Much appreciated.
As well. Officers had previously left this area, then they came back a short time later. And it was just recently, you know, within the last hour or so, that we heard them communicating with whoever could be inside the residence. Again, waiting to see if it is potentially Robert Card himself who has been home this entire time over the last 24 hours, though we don't know that at this moment. Let's leave
Watch it be some random squatter.
Check in on some of these other live images that are coming in.
Can you believe if that was the case, if there was a random squatter in there and they look out and see this giant ass SWAT team presence thinking that they're about to get their ass capped for squatting in an abandoned house? Can y'all believe, like, I would be freaking out. I'd be freaking out if it was a squatter. Guys, if you're on TikTok, what are you doing over there? Hit the follow button and then come on over to the YouTube. YouTube, you can at least cast me up on a TV. You can at least cast me on TV and keep me on in the background. Gonna give you guys live coverage there, live coverage. Hit the follow button. There's 1,200 of you in there. Everyone hit that follow button. Catherine goes, if it's a squatter, they're probably shitting bricks.
All right, we are continuing to watch here. Law enforcement surrounding what is believed to be the home of the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card in Bowdoin, Maine, as they shout commands to the inside of the home, though we don't know that Card for sure is in there. Obviously, a massive, massive manhunt underway for this individual who's described as armed.
Click my TikTok profile. There's a big old YouTube button. Click the YouTube button. It takes you straight over here. Straight on over here.
Overnight hours, that's when it becomes particularly challenging. The wooded areas that surround this portion of where these incidents happened, not only in Bowdoin, but also in Lewiston, and also just some of the
He did leave a
challenges that
suicide
come with
note.
it
We
being
do know
dark,
he
the
left a
terrain,
suicide
really all
note
of that
to his son.
together. So now this is the second time that we're entering into the overnight hours as this manhunt continues. Hundreds of law enforcement officers attempting to locate Card, again described as armed and dangerous. The mass shootings that happened over 24 hours ago now, they took place at 2 locations. So as we continue to get more of these details in, there's still a lot of questions surrounding the circumstances of it as well. How planned was this? Was this targeted for any reason? So many different thoughts that come to mind when you see such a tragic event happen,
Cluck around and
such as
find
this
out.
one. But the 2 locations, a bar and grill, the other one was a bowling alley. They were about 4 miles away from one another. That mass shooting.
Guys, we are
leaving at
tracking the
least
state
18
police
people
live
killed and
right
13
here. You guys are
injured.
hearing state
We've
police
also heard
audio
from the
live.
defendant, who is
Only
the
stream that
victim of
offers
that
this.
shooting. And
Plus, you're
right now,
also
speaking
looking
on
at
behalf
the
of
state
the
police
president as
helicopter right
well.
above Meadow Road,
Also putting out
which
a
is where this
statement,
live feed is
on
coming
this.
from.
And we've also heard from the Maine governor, Janet Mills, who has encouraged residents to continue to follow any directions that law enforcement has to give. So as we watch here, we'll continue to turn up the volume.
Lights are moving.
Getting any other information.
You can see
Let's
some
do that
lights
right
are
now.
starting to
Let's see if we
move
can
there.
hear anything as we watch.
You can hear the helicopter, guys. That helicopter is the one that we are watching live as well, right there. Whoops, sorry about that. That's the helicopter that's live that you guys are hearing.
Okay, so what you can hear there is that there is a helicopter that's circling the suspect's home right now as other law enforcement members surround the house.
You guys can see legs. They're moving in. They're moving on in right now. You guys can see.
Some sort of law enforcement vehicle may have pulled into the driveway. Again, kind of difficult to see for all of us here as it is very dark.
Yeah, I'm cutting over. We could see the SWAT team moving in behind the vehicle. It's happening as we speak there. You guys can see. Now we just lost sight of them. We're going to go back. They move cams.
Here, again, have to be very, very careful about
It's
how
about to go down, guys. It's about to go down.
Keep in mind that Card could be inside, though we don't know 100% that he is. But you'll remember that his vehicle, his car, his Subaru, that was located yesterday evening. So a lot of questions about where he could be, how far he could go. Also heard me ask earlier on to our friend of the program, Greg Rogers, former FBI agent, how likely it could be that someone could potentially be helping him in this. And there's just really a lot of unknowns right now, a lot of questions. But the main priority, of course, is how do we bring this very dangerous individual into custody. Now let's also just go through the timeline here of this mass shooting. Again, 18 people killed, 13 others injured.
And guess what? ABC News, it doesn't even have video on this right now.
Manhunt continues to intensify across the state. Not only that, other major cities on high alert, New York City for one, NYPD speaking about the efforts that they're putting in as we get this closer up look at the suspect's home here. Now, this all unfolded yesterday.
Yep, ABC,
6:56
they
p.m.
lost
that was
it.
when the Auburn Communication Center was alerted of an unidentified man that walked into a bowling center, which was recently renamed from Spare Time Recreation, that's the name of it now, from Just in Time Bowling.
Demented.
This individual
They
began
just
shooting.
moved up the
Police said
SWAT
multiple
team. They're
911 calls.
demented. They just
Followed
moved up
that
the
and confirmed
armored
the
vehicle,
shooting.
and
Then
the
at 7:08
SWAT was moving
p.m.,
behind
the
it for
Auburn
cover.
Communication Center received multiple calls that a man had entered a bar and grill about 4 miles away on Lincoln Street and opened fire there. And police said that multiple law enforcement agencies and emergency medical personnel were immediately then dispatched to both of those locations. Around 8:06 p.m. yesterday evening,
ABC's
police
still
finally
off
released
this.
a photo
ABC is still
of the
off of the
alleged
feed. They
shooter
got some old
to the
coot
media
talking.
for us to give that information to you. That surveillance photo showed a man that was wearing a brown sweatshirt and holding a rifle while walking through the doors, decorated with bowling pins and a bowling ball. Obviously, a lot of images that we were getting as we were trying to spread the word as quickly as possible. This is who the public needs to know about. Do not approach this man. He's considered armed and dangerous. And as we're talking about this timeline here, we're seeing a little bit more activity, a closer up look of the home, of the window of this home. Again, law enforcement members continuing to surround the house now as they get ready to execute the search warrant at the home. A helicopter also circling overhead as well. Let's see if we can get some more sound on this. Okay, so no sound here on this shot. We may be able to get a little bit from a little bit further back here. And there you can kind of hear the helicopter that's circling above the house. So we have a couple of different angles that we're monitoring. We also have a live image coming to us out of Lewiston as well. So we're monitoring that in the meantime too.
So CNN's taking, yeah.
It was at 9:26 p.m. that the Lewiston Police Department received a call who identified the man in the photos as 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin, Maine.
We have this exact same shot there on a secondary angle as well that's more pulled out.
Had located a white Subaru at a boat launch in Lisbon. That vehicle was confirmed to belong.
It's a terrible view. At least this one's a little more zoomed in. I don't know what they're doing on this back one. Oh, they fixed it now. Okay. They just fixed it. I was going to say, what are they doing with this feed? Damn it.
Continuing to stress that he is armed and dangerous. We're also learning more about his background as well, his extensive training with firearms, that he also had mental health issues, including hearing voices and threatening to shoot up the National Guard base in Saco, Maine. More information about him as well, that he is a petroleum supply specialist in the Army Reserve, having enlisted in December 2002.
Okay.
Man,
ABC's finally
to
on
say,
it
come
there
out,
with a bit better
calling
view.
the suspect by his name, and the suspicion was that they may have had him surrounded. We're now told by law enforcement officials that that may not be the case, that this particular location was the subject of a search warrant, as other locations today have been in and around the Lewiston area associated with the suspect, and there is no expectation at this moment that the suspect they're looking for, Robert Card, is actually inside that location. That doesn't mean they're going to leave.
So they
that
now
doesn't mean they're not
want
going
to
to come
say
back
that.
in force in the morning. But right now we're told that they're despite all of the drama associated with that location, a lot of that, what you saw, Lindsay, was associated with law enforcement's typical procedures when they're carrying out a search in an environment like this. The lights, the calling out of commands, done as a precaution to make sure nobody gets hurt who may be around the area, having reporters dim their lights or shut them off entirely so they don't interrupt the law enforcement activity. All of that is standard.
So we'll see what happens here as the search warrant is executed, and as we learn more about if the suspect, Robert Card, is inside of the home. trying to get a better look here of this window activity that we're watching. So we're going to keep an eye on this live feed that we're getting in here. I also want to show you another live picture. This is out of Lewiston.
Yeah, so CNN's just taking Fox as well, because this is a Fox. This is Fox right here.
We're going to take a quick commercial break here. Obviously, we have a lot more to show
We're gonna swap
you here
over their
as we
secondary
continue.
feed. We're gonna get into their secondary feed right here. So what you guys are looking at is a live view right now, live view. Okay. Live view right now. This is what it looks like on your up there. Holly's in here. Well, they were there earlier, and now they came back with a search warrant. They were talking. They were talking through the PA system as if he was in there. But now law enforcement is telling media that they don't believe that he's in there. They're just going to search it. Which, you know, is weird because, I mean, he could come back the next day and they'd be like, well, we already checked and searched it, you know? You know, and law enforcement said that they think a lot of this has to deal with him being broken up with his girlfriend. His girlfriend dumped him, and supposedly that's why he went to the bowling alley and bar, thinking that she would have been there. Well, and mind you, it takes 3 to 5 minutes from the time someone calls 911. It takes 3 to 5 minutes before that call is actually dispatched. So when you call 911, and they say help's on the way, it's actually not. It takes 3 to 5 minutes from the time you call 911 to the time they dispatch it out over the MDTs to units. It takes 3 to 5 minutes, and by that time he could easily be gone and was already on the way down to the bar as those cops were heading up to the bowling alley. A lot of people don't realize it, you know, it's not instant.
111, go ahead.
Oh, wow, look at that, guys. Look at that presence right there.
Yeah, he's all set. You can change the nature of the call to non-reportable and close it out to me, please.
Copy that.
Look at that. Look at that beast. Look at that beast that they got. Yeah, I think we got 4 live shots down there that everyone's snipping through. All the media's getting through. Coast Guard thinks he's on a boat. Coast Guard thinks he may be on a boat, on a 15-foot skipper. Oh, that's good, Matt. That is good. Out on the Ford. Isn't she out on the Ford? He's not in Canada. Shanna, you don't know. He could be in Canada. Not your little island, but further up north. He's only 2.5 hours away from the border, and the border is nothing but just woods. That border is just all woods up there. Sparkly, I have no idea what you're talking about, what you're trying to infer with your comment there, girl. Yo, shush. We also do know that the judge in Brian Kohberger's Idaho 4 case will be allowing cameras in the courtroom. He will allow cameras in the courtroom. Don't know if it's going to be live streamed, but we do know that they will allow cameras in the courtroom. I think it had a lot to do with News Nation as well. But I think Kohberger could easily get a mistrial, considering that Concalvis's dad spoke to the grand jury. When he spoke to the grand jurors and stuff, you're not allowed to know who they are. That's supposed to be very sealed. And with what he did at that house, I think that between that and how the Moscow Police Department contaminated the crime scene tremendously. Because they're not used to a case like that. I think that Kohberger could definitely get off. Well, Clint, here's the big thing. This weapon belonged to the military, so this weapon, gun reform wouldn't do anything. This weapon belonged to the military. He was a first sergeant. Okay, he was close to retirement as well, 20 plus years in it. In the military, here's the thing though. As long as you don't have a judge sign off on an order, you could have all these mental health issues, but if you voluntarily go, and if you go, because the judge will say either you go or I force you to go, if you go willingly, you can own a weapon. You can own any gun you want, because it's voluntary. Well, Free Spirit, the issue is there was they don't have the murder weapon. That's a big thing, and they don't have 100% DNA match. They have a familia match. Familia matches are a lot easier to beat in court.
10-7. Or 1-10-7.
Yeah, excellent. Yep. Well, he was a firearms instructor. He was a first sergeant as well. Hi, Ashley. Hello, hello. Well, Sparkly, I said that last night. I was talking about that last night there.
Families want cameras to be in the courtroom, which is an interesting consideration. And by and large, courtrooms are supposed to be public. Proceedings are supposed to be public. The
News Nation. I know a lot of people hate Newsmax and News Nation.
The country,
they were the one that
the judge has to very
pushed them for this.
Consider the public's right to know, but the judge also has to carefully make sure that no constitutional right of the defendant is being limited because of the way cameras are being used or because of the way the case is being.
Yep, exactly. That's a big thing. Did he willingly? So he was never court ordered to. Okay, he was never court ordered. So yeah, he's legally allowed to own guns. That's why he's in the military. He's legally allowed because he voluntarily went. He was allowed. Drive for Diabetes, it's not fake news. I don't know why you're trying to say that. The dude was in the military. You can't be in the military and be a prohibited person. I don't know what got up your ass tonight, bud, but you can't be in the military and be a prohibited person from owning a gun. I don't know if you're trying to spread some democratic side of gun control, but it's not going to be tolerated here because I speak factual information. It's a big thing. I speak factual information. You can't be a soldier in the army and be you can't be a prohibited person from owning a gun and be involved in the military. And you cannot have a 302 and own a gun. You cannot have a 302. You can have a 201, not a 302. Yeah, you cannot have a 302 and own a gun. You can have a 201. 201 is voluntary commit. Involuntary is actually against the NFA. National Firearms Act, when you fill out your form to buy a gun and they do your NICS test, it'll show if you've ever had a 302. And when it shows you have a 302, you're immediately denied that you're declined to sale. And the thing is, though, when people say assault weapons have been banned already. There's no such thing as, it looks like an assault rifle, so it's considered an assault rifle. That's not the case. That is not the case. An assault rifle, that's your fully automatic. Those are already banned. You can have them if you pay $600. You can have one if you have a tax stamp on it. That's a big thing. You can have it. You can have suppressors all you want. But the thing is, when you look at Second Amendment says shall not be infringed. I personally think background checks technically do go against the Second Amendment. As it is anyways, it says shall be infringed. Shall not be infringed. It's been a long day, sorry. Technically, nothing shall infringe the Second Amendment the way that it was written. And when you look at the ATF cannot make laws. They can only enforce them, but they still continue to try to make laws against it. And that's the thing, whether I agree or not is completely off the plate. What I'm saying is that when you look at it, letter of the law, shall not be infringed means it does not matter what it is. It shall not be infringed. Now, here's to say, that's not to say that, you can have RPGs and all that. Well, that's different. Explosives are different, But at the end of the day, shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed. That'd be like our 19th Amendment that allows women to vote, and that would be like for us to say, oh yeah, you guys can vote, and then we wait 20 years and then say, okay, you're a woman, you're only allowed to vote in local elections, you cannot vote for the president, you cannot vote for the state, and we add on all these stipulations as a man. That's exactly the same thing that would happen with the Second Amendment. Well, it shall not be infringed. And then you slowly start to add on what you can and cannot do. Second Amendment is there is to protect the civilians from a tyrant government. That's the big thing. That you know, when you want to compare it, if you want to add in all these bans and restrictions, that'd be like saying, well, 19th Amendment, we tell you who you can vote for or when you can vote. That's that you know, that is exactly what the argument is here. They're still on some of this stuff here. Hello, me, myself. Hello, hello, hello. I mean, they're going to clear the house there. They're going to clear the house and look through it. You got some officers on foot here walking up to media. You know, they have a list of tips, I bet, and leads that they have to go through. Excuse me. They have a list of, you know, things that they have to go through. Oh, we got this lead. We got to check it out. Well, we got this. We got to check it out. Tim, no, buddy, no. They searched the house. They breach and clear the house, but I think they were just doing it. They got a couple places they're going to do some warrants with. Yeah, no stone left unturned, exactly.
$231, guys. I'll be 10-7.
I will say, in regard to chats, there is a lot of international people. They may not know what is and isn't a constitutional right here, and may not know that, just given the fact that they're not from this country. That's all. So, the boat dock, they just know that he left his vehicle at the boat dock. They know he had a boat, he has another registered vehicle, and he has 2 motorcycles. You know, there was original thoughts from the police that they were possibly... That SWAT truck is driving pretty fast. Was this when they were pulling up? I can't tell if that was when they were pulling up. I think so. I think it was. Yeah, I think that was when they were pulling up originally. I don't know about the jet ski. I know he owned a 15-foot boat. He did own a 15-foot boat. Look at that sea of blue. You know, and again, I said on TikTok weeks ago that sleeper cells and domestic terrorism was going to start happening. This is domestic terrorism. You know, just because he's not from the Middle East does not mean he's not a terrorist. Terrorism is when they want to incite fear. And this is inciting fear in people. Domestic terrorism is on the rise. I've said it for God knows how long that domestic terrorism totally. Yeah. Oh, it was Go Dogs that got a channel membership as well. It was Go Dogs. I was wondering who that second channel member was on YouTube. I don't know about that, Hannah. I didn't know that fentanyl was decriminalized up in British Columbia. Had no idea. Well, and here, you know, and then the other thing is this. I mean, it's... When you look at it, even the military now, you can't even join the military if you were prescribed a narcotic 4 or 5 years ago. You know, they could say, well, what was that for? And if you said, oh, well, I had this type of injury. Oh, boom, nope, not allowed to join, you know, or Because recruiters, yeah, you could join with waivers, but recruiters would not. Trust me, I tried. Recruiters do not want to go through waivers. They view you as like a broken toy, and they're like, yeah, no, and shove you off to the side. Hello. All drugs in British Columbia was decriminalized. Did not even know that. Did not know that. I mean, here's the thing. If he was smart, and like I said, if he was smart, here was the game plan. He would have scouted all this out. He would have knew times that things were happening. Week before this would have happened, he would have already swapped tags out. Now, here's the thing. Again, with a law enforcement background and all this, you have to think on his idea. You find a vehicle. Doesn't have to be same year, but same color, make, model, and close to the same year, same generation. You swap that tag out. You throw it on your second vehicle. You can drive around with it. No one's going to question it. How many of you in chat here would know that your tag was missing? Not the frame, just the tag. Like the numbers were switched out. 95% of you, 99% of you be like, yeah, I'd never check the back of my vehicle to see if I have my right tag. You know, his goal would have been, okay, drop this car off at the boat dock. Have your bike sitting there. Take your bike, drive 2 hours away. Go to where you left your vehicle. Take off. You get through New Hampshire. You could get up in Canada if you really wanted to. Or you could already be down past New York City. Here's the thing. You could drive around with a swap tag for God knows how long. And then all you have to do is swap the other tag where you're going to be in state-wise. You know? Well, Hannah, you're a little exception if you have a special customized tag, you know? But, you know, I said that last night. I said that in a private Discord call with my mod team. I said, you know, if you wanted to be that criminal mastermind, you could swap tags. And the person's not going to know. Let's say you hit a toll. That person's not going to know. Well, two reasons they would know. One is if they get pulled over because they think possibly a cop driving along pulled them over thinking that it was Robert Card. Or two, they get a bill in the mail that, hey, you just passed a toll in Florida, you know, for example. Oh, exactly, Mike, exactly. Yeah, you know, nothing against them, but college kids. How many college kids are paying attention to their tag on their vehicle? Not many. You know, there's not many people pay attention to what tag is on your car. You should probably do that. You know, should probably do that. Plain license plate, cool, but yeah, all he had to do, mind you, he lived near Portland. He could easily just drove around and swapped it out. Oh, well, Matthew, you are definitely wrong. You are definitely wrong. Also, so you're telling me, Matthew, that they search every vehicle that goes off base? Do they actually search every vehicle that goes off base? No, they don't. You threw that into a trunk under a blanket, no one's going to know it was missing, bud. No one would know it was missing. Not that hard to understand, Matthew. It's very obvious when someone comes in trying to spread the gospel about gun control. Because they will come in and they will say off-the-wall shit that ain't true. Just to try to get a rise out of people. It's very obvious when they do that. Very obvious. Yeah, they don't search cars. I was a military brat. They don't search vehicles. Yeah. Yeah, they don't search vehicles. Yeah. It's very obvious, you know. It's very obvious when people come in and try to use my platform and my following as a billboard for their agenda. I don't have an agenda here. But you're not going to use my platform to try to spread an agenda. Oh, someone made a hoax call. So someone on Joint Base McGuire in New Jersey. They made a hoax call that there was there was an active shooter at the Air Force Base. So they put it on lockdown, scrambled SecFo. SecFo started going out. Realized after about 40 minutes that there was no active shooter. You guys can hear the gunfire in the background from Gaza right now. I leave that up. We heard Steve a bit earlier tonight as well. 900 troops are deploying again. They're deploying 900 more troops over there, according to the Pentagon today. Yeah, so they got a live feed up right now instead of watching some dude in front of a background. Steve is sleeping. Okay, guys, if you're on TikTok, hit that follow button here. If you're new, tap that follow button on the TikTok. Then come on over here to YouTube. Come on over here to YouTube. Matthew, you got banned from the YouTube for trying to spread gun control propaganda. And now you're over here as well on TikTok. You're gone, bud. You're gone. Dear goodness. You know, that's my thing. I love people. They get banned from one platform, then they come to the other and do the exact same thing and think that the mods don't watch both.
I guess so.
Good.
Stewart says the vehicle will be clear, you can close it out. And if you start me property, check for margin one, close it out as well.
Okay.
Hannah wants to go to Maine. She said that it's very beautiful up there from what she's heard. The lighthouse is up there. The lighthouses. The animals. Also, guys, if you saw a black bear, not a brown bear, if you saw a black bear that was in a parking lot, you know, like up in a tree, kind of scared, would you not go pet that thing? Like a little black bear? Would you not go pet that thing? You know, if it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lay down. If it's white, good night. No, stop about the bear. Hannah's like, no. Come on, who would I tried to explain that a black bear is like a dog with the personality of a raccoon, of a trash panda. You know? I wasn't gonna pet the bear in my hotel's parking lot. Why not? Oh my God. God, it's a bear. We get bears a lot in Pennsylvania, so it doesn't really. Can I pet that dog? Toodles! Toodles goes, in Soviet Russia, bear pet you. Love that comment, Toodles. Bear pet you. Raccoons can be vicious. They can. Guy's house was a dump. Can imagine. I would pet a black bear. That's just me. I would pet a black bear. Brown bear, oh hell no. Those are grizzlies. No. Well, Jacob, I mean, probably if he's not already pushing up daisies. Also, that helicopter is doing some wonky shit. That helicopter's now up there. You guys see that? No, you don't see that. I'm hiding it from you guys. I'm hiding it from you. That helicopter's doing some wonky. Some wonky. Come on, you son of a bitch. Get on over there. Yeah, this helicopter's doing some wonky. Take a look at it. So it was doing its circling down here where the SWAT team just was. And now it's way on up here at Main Street doing something and circling up here now. So I wonder, I mean, it should be time to refuel that bird. It's been flying for quite a while now. So yeah, it took off at 7:22. It should be refueling in about 20 minutes. But I wonder if they're going to go do a search warrant up here now. I wonder if they're going to do a search warrant up there now. I am in Pennsylvania. Yes, I am. I'm 4 hours away from where all was going on, in my opinion. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to cross the border to Canada. Well, Tori, up there in the top left, you could just walk across from U.S. to Canada. There's nothing stopping them. I know ostriches and camels and alpaca and stuff, they'll spit at you. Shanna's like, shh. It's not hard for him to get across into Canada and Maine. A little cold, Brian, yeah. It's not hard. Oh my God. Hannah's immediately like, ostrich! I could totally picture Hannah trying to ride an ostrich and just like holding onto its neck. Just trying to hold on for dear life as it's running and she's squeezing its poor neck, not realizing it can't breathe. Hello, Phoenix. Hello. Bubbles goes, if he comes to Canada, I'll catch him. You know, one bird that is actually pretty cool, and that is emus. Emus are super cool. Modern day dino. You wouldn't want to ride one. So you wouldn't pet an ostrich. But, I mean, I would pet an ostrich as long as I don't get packed. Unless you're an Australian, they're not a fan. I will tell you that Australia, I love holding kangaroos. Like the little babies. Kangaroos are so cool. I said I'm not going to hire a security guard. I'm going to get a kangaroo, a 7-foot male kangaroo. Could you imagine him answering the door and it's a dude wanting to fuck me up, and then you just get 7-foot kangaroo and the dude tries to punch it and it just kicks him right in the freaking pelvis or the chest, and he falls down off the front steps. Be the perfect security guard. By a toucan. Oh my God. The great Emu wore to an Aussie rogue. By a toucan. No, I have not. Kangaroos are the greatest boxers, yes. I love kangaroos. Their fur is also very soft. Their fur is extremely soft. And they have like 4 like nails that like
8:35. I guess the zone 3.
I watched a dude take a ladder into the like pen of the kangaroos. And there's like 20 of them, and all of a sudden he had dropped they were hanging up a light, and he had dropped a socket like with the ratchet on top of the one kangaroo, and he got up and he jack kicked that ladder, and that dude went flying. He wasn't hurt, but he was like, "Oh damn," you know. Both. Hannah goes both. How's it going, Patrick? Hello, hello. Yeah. Kangaroo. I knew as soon as I saw that kangaroo jump up, I knew he was done for. Like, I knew either that kangaroo was gonna look at him and give him the look of death, or he was just gonna be like, you know, boom.
I guess that's zone 3. 89, zone 3.
Australia, the continent where everything tries to kill you. That's why Aussies drink so much. Yeah, you know, you got spiders this size that jump at you. You got snakes out there like crazy. And I'm not even allowed to go climb on my rock out there. I have the biggest
on multiple counts of murder.
Currently, there is an arrest warrant for 8 counts of murder for Mr. Card.
I have the biggest rock in the world, Ayers Rock, and I'm not even allowed to go climb it. They said it's disrespectful. I said, my name's on that goddamn rock. How's that disrespectful? You named the rock after me. Ain't that fucking disrespecting me? Oh, no thank you, Rogue. No thank you. Yeah, who's disrespectful? Me wanting to climb the rock that they named after us? Or them naming a goddamn rock after us? I'm gonna take the latter one. Richard. It's so sacred the natives never made any settlements around it to live close to it. I want to go to Australia and do the road in South SA that there's like nothing for 1,000 miles. Oh God. Yeah, it was a suicide note. It was a suicide note. We're waiting on a new feed to come back up right now, guys. Right now that we have a new point of interest, they're probably moving to this new area up here. Helicopter just went off. They just could be creepy looking. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. Oh dear Lord. COVID again. Hiding in boots. Ugh. No, thank you. Oh, Hannah, how about you don't, girl? How about you don't? Yeah, no thank you, Brian. I don't do those. I don't do those. I don't. Nope. Kelsey, no. Rogan Hannah said about them up there. Okay, pythons are cute. I'm not a fan of snakes, but I can handle a python or a boa constrictor. Those are the only two I can. Nothing else. Nothing else. No. Thoughts on MK Ultra and the Manchurian Candidate? Ha! Don't forget about them Gwen Towers. Yeah, exactly, Hannah. Like, if I see one on the ground, I'm running the hell away. Like, no, 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 no. Yeah, pythons I'm like not too bad with. My cousin had them, but he also had a lot of poisonous ones, and I was like, yeah, why the hell you do that? No. How about Snake Island, guys? It's an island full of every single snake. Got another helicopter here. We got this one here. There's Biggie. Big one there. That one somewhere. Where did Portland go? Portland just had one over Lewiston. I don't know where it went though. Oh, weird. A little weird. Is it? I don't like them. I'm not a big fan of either of them, though. Hi, Becca. Hello, hello, Becca. They did not find them now. The animal of Oshima, Japan. Oh, Lord. What is that? What is that? Visit the animal of Ayoshima, Japan. Rabbit Island? You think of Easter Island. Oh, visit Chernobyl. You can take tours of Chernobyl. That's over in Ukraine, isn't it? Yeah, Becca, exactly. A python is okay. A python is okay, especially a ball python. They're so small. A little busy. You can hear it. A little busy. Spiders and snakes are outdoor animals. I agree, Paxi. I agree. Oh. Did they suspend the visits? Damn. I didn't know they suspended the visits. Crap. There's actually a Chernobyl game. It's not scary. It's actually a simulation on like how it happened. It's cool. It's on Steam. And it's free. Last I knew it was free. Steve! Big update. Steve is alive. My chest hurts now. I shouldn't scream. My chest hurts. Cock-a-doodle-doo. 'Stay for president. My ancestors were originally from what is now part of the exclusion zone in the mid-1600s. Oh, wow. That's very interesting. I had no idea. I had no idea. Forax, what's up? What's up, buddy boy? Yo. 1 second, guys. I will be back. I will be back. I'm gonna go do something. I'll be back. It's getting near the witching hour.
Click. The RV at 46 South. It's clear there now. They're on their way. 4 MCC control.
Go ahead, car 4.
Beginning return trooper 1, starting mileage 49527.
Copy. Mileage is 49527.
Four. 422. County Gaza, home. 1310. 1310, I got off home. 1310, off. 1310, 44. I see that crash at 24. You can dash into it.
Yep.
444.
Go ahead.
Do you know the extent of PI?
Negative. 3-4 was having difficulty getting information from the caller.
423.
Yep.
I'll be out in a minute.
Yep. I guess, to 82.
Go ahead.
36 northbound. I have a pass by reporting something in the median wrapped in barrel left. Calling for continued driving, wasn't sure what it was.
Take a look.
14, you got 36, 35.
414, pass by reporting in the median, there's something wrapped in a burlap type material. They only saw it while passing by.
We're all checking out the road.
Yes, the 82 come.
I appreciate it.
Four 23. I'm on station. You guys get the land code started, please.
10-4. Go ahead.
36, correct.
10-4, that's report.
Yeah, roadway reading close out.
10-4. That's 440 Atlantic starting.
4.
420. 23, go. 423, your traffic's broken, try again. 440, go.
We're going to make the 2 lanes a work lane. The amount of apparatus.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Start. Yeah, landing as well. For G.
423 Atlantic Coast is in route already. We got 442.
Go ahead.
133 southbound, color 40, he hit a deer, he continued on and exit Waterville and currently at the Hannaford Plaza.
10-4. Let them know it'll be a bit of travel time, still 295.
Diff. 442 investigation. 133 southbound. 444.
444, I guess that's the...
Go ahead.
Unclear, 423 is going to be primary.
Different. 440, yes. Yes, 440, good. Ten.
3101, got us off.
Copy 3101 off.
Go for MCC control.
Go ahead.
Back on ground 1, ending mileage 49536.
Copy, mileage is 49536. Another 724 control check.
All set, thanks.
Yes.
4130, yes, that'll be all right. Also set.
Copy 4130 off the line.
414. Got 2614. Go ahead.
Select rescue just returned from a call with high room reporting the bathroom windows wide open, screens on the ground, and the side doors wide open. They already looked through the building and nothing seems to be missing, but they're looking to get a report taken.
Copy. 2612, Lewiston. Sign, I'll take over.
10-4. 102.
I'll be up.
10-4.
Copy.
Hannah's fading fast. Hannah, you're fading fast. Oh. Oh my. And so what we do have now is that the United States has admitted to blowing up Iran bases in Syria right now. No, I was posting the member-only video. So the United States has blown up bases belonging to Iran that they were using through proxy warfare right now.
Good.
I had to make the video. I had to do the video. I had to do the video.
154 north, past
I had to do the video.
A vehicle is on the edge
Is that
of the
chocolate
median, pointing in the
frosty
wrong
worth it?
direction. Only one call so far.
I'll head about this.
Oh, Hannah. Hannah. You are all my children. You are all my children. So yeah, this is like, oh wow. Wow. I am no one's child. Surely you are someone's child. You have to be someone's child. Except my parents. I was gonna say, you have to be someone's child. You have to be someone's. Where's my allowance, bitch? Funny. Funny. You're funny. Y'all are funny. I was created in lab in Scotland. My oh my. Whitney, it's a thing of fuck around and find out. I thought Scotland only had bears and redheads. Since when do they have labs? Scottish but British. There you go.
Full 40, yes, sir.
440 good.
417 is probably the closest unit to that incident at 150-ish. He's going to head down and check it out.
10-4, just from your advising, he is aware already.
Headed down.
10-4.
But I am also not 100%. Dang. Things escalated there, Papa. Things escalated. What just happened? Things escalated. That's what happened. Yeah, Missy. Yeah, yeah. We haven't swapped the stream fully over yet for the Gaza overnight, since it's going to be coming daylight there here soon. Did not Britt know. He is still on the run. He's going to be on the run for a while, I think. They're just clearing some houses is all it was. We blew up Iran bases. You know. Talking shit even though I'm parts Scottish. Free Spirit, it's been reported by the Pentagon within the past 15 minutes. Yep, it's just coming out within the past 15 minutes. They're Iran. They're Iran bases though. So if you don't know about proxy warfare, basically all it is that they give them money and everything. They fight. It's an extension of them, but it's still them. It's still them. Yeah. Just like Hezbollah. Yeah, Hezbollah is basically Iran. It's just they're fighting through another name. Yep. So yeah, this is what we have going on right now. In my video, so we got him by the balls. It's like a checkmate and got him by the balls. Basically, it's proxy warfare. So if Iran goes, United States, you blew up our stuff, they admit that is them. They admit that it is them. If they don't, they're gonna have to fucking take one in pride and be like, you know, because if they we made it to where they have to admit that it's them. Airstrikes, Jessica. We blew them up with airstrikes. Yeah, Fox News has it now. Yeah, Fox just had it. F-16s and F-15s were used to strike the targets. It was in retaliation. This is exactly how Baghdad happened. This is exactly what happened with Baghdad.
Four Pike back in the car.
Yes.
Yeah, they were in Syria, but they were Iran. They were Iran's bases in Syria. Yeah, no star. That is the state police scanner you hear. Yes. Hello, Rita. Hello, hello. Retaliation, Kristen. So Iran attacked us. Iran attacked our troops over there and injured 24 of them. And so we got retaliation on by blowing them up to smithereens. A little bit better, Rita. A little bit better. A little bit better. Exactly, Missy. We got them by the balls. They're gonna admit that it is them. It is nuts. I agree. I agree. So, guys, I'm gonna reboot the YouTube stream here. I'm gonna reboot the YouTube stream so that way we get on a new one. So, give me 1 second here, guys. Gonna reboot the YouTube. Ugh.